What is up, everybody? It's Andrew Escar, this legal mindset where we teach you to be your own judge. And today we're already tuned in to the Alex Murdaugh trial. We're on what I qualify as day 6. By the way, I'm counting my days minus the jury selection portion. So I'm starting on the first day of the trial as an openings. So I think I may have a different numbering than some other folks, whatever. It's day 6 today. And we're just going to get it started here. I'm going to turn on the audio since it's already going right now. I know some people will be transitioning over from Jeff's channel. As you do, just say what's up, say hello. But we still got Big Pun, Big Dove on the channel over here. So let's listen up.
Flurry of activity screen on and off orientation changes happening right around when this camera usage happened. And if it were coming from the lock screen, if we had some metadata that would show that, which we may well have.
Make sure you smash the like button. No orientation changes here on Legal Mindset.
For 1 second, it would be to start and stop in 1 second. I would imagine that would be difficult, but could somebody accidentally activate their camera and then shut it off? Yes, sir, that is possible.
And if the perpetrator or perpetrators responded by shooting at her, could that explain why it went off in 1 second? And there were a bunch of orientation changes very shortly thereafter.
I would think if somebody went and activated their camera and then they're in fear, they wouldn't think to just shut off the camera.
Right. But if they had their finger on the phone, it could happen, right?
There's a lot of possibilities could happen, not knowing how a person reacts.
Does the camera app ever store a snapshot of the app? In other words, a screenshot that might have an image, even if you didn't take a picture?
I haven't seen that with the camera stuff. I've seen snapshots be captured of apps running in the background.
But have you looked through the snapshots in this time frame? All the ones on the phone, are they all there?
The ones I look at, I did look at one. The last one from my recollection was a Facebook that was open in the background.
I hope we have a better witness today. I hope the witness is
here.
Are we getting a lunch? Are we getting a lunch?
May step down, and ladies and gentlemen, we will.
Here we go, baby.
Until for an hour and 15 minutes, around 2:35.
Hour and 15. We can hang in there for an hour and 15. Jesus Christ! All right. Hopefully we get a better witness during this back half. Hopefully we start busting some buster. Hopefully we start moving on. Hopefully get somebody that's got some better evidence. Because so far, the state's case is looking like Eliza Blue's sex trafficking. It does not exist. It does not exist. What's up, everybody in the chat? Good to see everybody joining here today. All the members, mods, all the other folks of the BLM, appreciate you. Don, Tia, Danielle, who else we got in the house? I think I saw Gemma earlier. Good to see all y'all. Harvey bag of bear claws headed to the snack cart. Holy shit. So true. So true. All right, so let's bring that down there for a second. So we've got more, apparently we got more testimony on these text messages. And mind you, the text messages are really not much of anything. There was a good fan of the trial, a friend of mine who put together a spreadsheet, a timeline for the Murdaugh cell phone timeline, because they kind of got sick of this guy not narrating, narrating this in such a boring way. So they actually put together this really interesting timeline here. And they sent that over to me today just to share for us to kind of go through here real quick. But this kind of shows you a whole lot of nothing that they've got. They've got text message and call data from between, and hold on, I gotta mute that in the background. But they've got text messages and calls essentially between, around 10 o'clock. I mean, some of them, trickling in here at 1 p.m., 3 p.m., but essentially from about 10-ish to, from 8. So, about 2 key hours of data here. None of this is direct evidence. This is all very, very, very circumstantial. I mean, we're talking about, okay, the last call that they had, the last completed call to Marianne, not missed. There was a call to Barbara, didn't catch exact time at around noon. The last outgoing call to Barbara is at 7:50. So, she had a call at 7:50. Okay. Phone gets unplugged at 8:17. Starts recording steps. There's Poshmark running in the back. So checking Poshmark. She receives a text message. There's a red text message from John Marvin at 8:31. I plan to go over to visit Dad tomorrow. Is anyone else planning to go? The display goes on at 8:49. The device is locked at later in 8:49. It's unlocked 8:49:26. Display goes on. Orientation change. A text message from Lynn saying, I'm in court all week. It was red. The device locked. Display goes off. Orientation changes. Display on. Started recording. Orientation change. Display on. Display off. Camera activated. Looking for Face ID. Orientation change. Orientation change. 59 steps recorded. Missed call from Alex. Some orientation changes. A text message from Alex saying, going to check on Am, be right back. Some more displays. A text message from Rogan, not Joe, saying, tell Paul to call me. Missed calls from Alex. A missed text saying, call me, babe. Another missed call. Device locked. Boom. There you go. They could have done that. I just went through all that shit in the most relevant part, most relevant parts in that in like a minute. There's not much there. I get it. You want to go through what happened and what went down there, but it does not take hours to get through that. And they could have come up with a demonstrable and just literally come up with something that had these printed out, had these organized, and just go point one by one at each one. Say, okay, this happened then, this happened then, this happened then, this happened then. Just walk through it and help the jury. And this can be a low-tech solution. They could have wrote this out on a giant notepad. This did not have to be a high-tech solution. It's crazy. Baldigo George says, what the fuck, man? I didn't know this much is recorded by my little snitching device in your pocket. You better believe that little device in your pocket is recording way more than you think. Way more than you think. It is listening way more than you think. Just understand that. It's always listening. Let's see what else we got here. And shout out to everybody who's joining on Rumble. I know that got kicked up over there. Make sure you're smashing the pussy, smashing the like button. And shout out to the crew on Locals. Already cooked up a great Hayden meme. I always like myself some good Hayden memes. But here's what we got. Here's what we got for the Hayden memes. It's actually really good. So hopefully we're going to be joined shortly by Legal Vices and my good friend Ozzy Overlord. The judge is still trying to change his iPhone settings. If they get a clip of that judge actually playing with his phone, that would be golden. That would be golden. Speaking of golden, let me do my grift. Let me do my grift right now, guys. So, yeah, I need to make sure I'm getting an appropriate grift in. So, if you guys don't know, there's very few products that are willing to sponsor me, and I just want to start this by grifting the product that is willing to sponsor me, and that is, of course, those who know, the greens, the Field of Greens. Field of Greens is a great product. Helps people get their daily vegetable supplements. 5 servings of vegetables a day is what you're recommended to eat. But guess what? Nobody actually eats that. I went out today. I had some puffer fish. And I love pufferfish. Pufferfish is one of my favorite foods in Korea. I know it's crazy, right? But I'm gonna have there's tempura pufferfish, like fried pufferfish. I had some kung pao pufferfish today. I had some pufferfish bulgogi, like a cold pufferfish salad. Great. And the salad, look, it had vegetables in it. The bulgogi had vegetables in it. Even the freaking kung pao had vegetables in it. I still didn't get 5 servings of vegetables. There's no way that happened. But feel the greens over here. Add that to your diet, especially if you're working out already, especially if you're already taking a protein shake, you're already drinking water, you're trying to be healthy, New Year's resolution. Throw that in there, throw that into the mix. It's not going to hurt. It can only help you in your journey if you're trying to become a healthier person in 2023, if you're trying to improve what you're putting into your body. This is going to help you. And what'll help you is promo code MINDSET. Promo code MINDSET. The link is in the description. Add that 15% off, and you can get yourself in much better shape than Agent Dove. Also, they're unabashed capitalists who have no shame in supporting based people like myself and other good content creators. So go over there and check out Field of Greens. That being said, speaking of greens, we have the greenest of the green, the greenhorn, Legal Vices, and also his sexy kangaroo sidekick, Hayden.
Oi,
Dear,
sidekick.
dear Field of Greens people, I'm fat. Sponsor me too.
There you go. It had this good edit here. I don't know if you saw this one, Hayden. Sorry, I have to make sure it shows. But this was generated in my locals in like 10 seconds when I mentioned you as a kangaroo. So
Fair enough.
Only he was tied down. We could sing a song about him by a pedo, but we're not going to do that anymore.
Jeff,
Apparently, Rolf Harris is off limits.
how much are you losing it right now, Jeff? You seemed on one. I mean, I have seen you mad, but during trials, and I've seen you incisive.
Oh, you missed a good rant about an hour ago. I mean, I went off.
Do it, fuck it. You're like, you know what? I can't make it to fuck it Friday. I'm doing this. I'm just grabbing the bottle and just going in right now.
Just this bullshit the prosecution is doing is unreal.
And why? What do they hope to prove with this? What do they hope this is going to show? What if anything did this show us?
We're in day 8 of this trial, day 6 of testimony.
Day 6
and there is not a single shred of evidence to say he was anywhere near the shooting when it happened. There's no evidence to suggest he had anything to do with pulling the trigger. Not a single fucking thread of evidence. Even the circumstantial shit isn't even circumstantial.
It's not even something that puts him there definitively.
Do you want to hear the stupid shitty review?
Sure, go ahead. Do it. By the way, Flux says Jeff's head exploded just like Paul's.
Pretty
Flux.
much. It's like my brains were in my fucking lap.
The brain water, yeah. Well, go ahead and spill the water. Go ahead and spill the water, Jeff.
GPS location - Maggie used a map earlier in the day. Alex's phone, there's no data removed from the call log. Something about a call log testimony. He called a friend at 5:38 for a FaceTime. 3:41, nobody answered. 4:35, nobody answered. 10:25 p.m., there was an outgoing FaceTime to Maggie's phone.
From Alex's phone.
There's no data from June 4th to June 7th. Somebody deleted something from the calls manually, but it wasn't. For fuck's sakes. Extraction report for messages. There was text sent during the day. This is how it went. Health data. At 6:02, he took 49 steps. This is Maggie. At 6:52 p.m., she took 283 steps. There was 200 steps at 7:15, 270 steps at 7:55, 29 steps at 7:41, 283 steps at 9:00. I mean, this is literally how the whole fucking day went. There's an 11-second.
Did they not bring up on cross again? Because they said it a little bit on direct, but they not bring up that the steps really does not mean steps, that it can mean absolutely anything.
Nope.
Okay.
Well, then they hit the like at 8:44 p.m. Then they went to Paul's phone. Paul's phone's battery was at 2% to 3% at about 8:44. He called Rogan, what's his face, for 11 seconds. And then they made this big deal. For 4 minutes, they spent nearly 45 minutes talking about 4 minutes of texts between Paul and some chick named Megan Kimball. And
Is that
this
his girlfriend or is that?
I don't
Yeah.
know.
That's his
I'm
girlfriend? Yeah.
assuming, but this is
I'm gonna Google
literally
her.
this is literally what they argued about, not argued about. This is literally what they presented for 45 minutes. And I shit you not, this is it. 8:48 p.m. I almost said Munja. Gee, fuck me, I'm Korean. 8:48, a message. No, not Munja, a message. That's what we say in the other countries. The messages.
Yeah.
8:48 p.m. A message from Megan Kimball. I don't like sad movies. 8:48, 59
was, yeah.
seconds. No, I need something happy. Reagan sends Paul a message at 9:58 saying, "Yo." 10:34 p.m. his battery dies. And his phone isn't used for 36 minutes. Outgoing message, ha ha ha, didn't use something that I can't read on my own notes. 8:30 p.m. somebody sends a message, OMG. There's an outgoing message where he recommends she watch A Star Is Born. 8:48 there's an incoming message, I need a happy movie. I don't like sad movies. It took 45 minutes to elicit that testimony about recommending movies to each other. It was so bad.
It's not relevant. I mean, it really is not relevant at all to this case.
But see, I kind of sort of can get wrapping my brain around why they're doing it. They're trying to create, I think, a path that says, okay, here's all of these messages that are going on back and forth, and then suddenly at 8:42 the messages stop forever. But you don't have to go back over every single text message that was sent during the day. Just ask the guy, when the fuck was the last message that got to that phone?
Right.
They were sending messages all day until 8:42, and then not a single fucking message went through that phone the rest of the day. That's all you've got. You could do this in 2 minutes.
Yeah.
And they didn't.
Yeah, very
The
easily.
obvious thing too, as well, would have been to actually pinpoint the exact time when the phone just died, and then ignore everything in the timeline beyond that, because it doesn't prove a damn thing.
Well, and as we were talking about yesterday, one of the interesting, we were saying that they're going to have to show that Maggie's phone is moving at the same time as Alex's phone is moving, because he said he was asleep and then he left in his car and then she was murdered. Again, this rises to the level of Clarice Starling saying it's a reasonable conclusion that there was a second shooter. This rises to that same level. This is the one thing that was devastating to the prosecution. The Mr. Dovebar there, he testified that
Big D, as we call him.
Yeah, he testified that Maggie's phone.
I refuse to believe that man has a big D.
No, he testified that he literally said that Maggie's phone was not moving at the same time as Alex's phone was moving.
He said that?
Yes.
Yeah.
R.I.P.
He specifically said that Alex's phone wasn't moving at the same time.
R.I.P.
Yes.
their fucking case. Like
Yeah.
it's like circumstantial evidence that doesn't even line up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He said Maggie's phone was not moving at the same. But worse than that, they've
got to come up with a theory. Right now, they've got to come up with that theory, right?
And this was under the prosecutor's questioning. The prosecution was doing the redirect, and they said, was her phone moving at the same time as Alex's phone? And his answer was, well, I don't know. I'll have to look at the report. They've had
Because it's been a fucking year and he hadn't bothered to read it.
That's when I lost my shit. They've had a fucking year to look at this and compare the numbers, and he didn't fucking do it for a year. And a year, like, at least a year. So, like, what are we now? A year and a half since the murders occurred?
Yes.
And he's just now going, well, let me see if those numbers match up. And they didn't. And he said, no, they didn't match up. Maggie's phone was not moving at the same time as Alex's phone was. And then they went on for 2 hours about would the orientation change if you flung the phone out the window. That's it.
And all they really proved there was that the phone has to be on for an orientation change to occur and for it to be recorded. So that's why they were harping on that maybe a phone call had come in and he'd thrown it out the window, which is a perfectly reasonable explanation.
But did they get into Snapchat at all and anything involving Snapchat? Okay.
Nope.
No.
All Snapchat once.
Okay, because that was something they brought up as a major piece of evidence. The Snapchat is gonna fucking flip this case on its head. So I guess we're gonna have another fucking witness come in and testify about Snapchat.
Well, that's your fucking problem because I'm going to sleep soon.
No, I understand that. I understand that, Jeff. I understand that.
If Captain Dovebar gets finished today.
Well, I assume they will because they broke with him, and obviously we've gotten cross. So the one thing is once you've gotten too cross, you've got to keep it within the scope of what's been asked. So dear God, it should consistently narrow that scope, right? Like it's like you can only ask what's been asked. You're responding to response. So typically your redirect should be shorter than your cross. But speaking of which, let's see how it did with James from court. James.
Oh,
hello, everyone.
Good to see you.
Massive respect for you. How have you not blown your brains out being in court from this? Oh my God.
Seriously.
It's been rough. Today was really rough. We were all, for the past hour, really fidgeting, trying to get out of here for lunch. The court was also freezing today, so that has something to do with it, too.
I got a question for you, James. If you threw your phone out the window like a frisbee golf, would it change orientation?
Actually, that's how I change the orientation on my phone. Whenever I want to go from, watching a YouTube video in portrait to landscape, I just throw it as far as I can down the street, and then I run to it and watch it in that mode.
I hope it's in the right orientation, otherwise you got to do it all over again.
But that's the thing. Anyone that has ever held
100%.
any phone in their hand for 5 minutes to go, oh, let me take a picture of my food, or let me take a picture of this document. They position it, they take the picture, they look at the picture, and they go, fuck, it changed orientation. It happens to everybody.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So were there any moments that you thought were standout moments from this first half, or any time where you perked up or you leaned forward or you saw the jury kind of really paying attention? Because it seems like, I mean, from what Jeff is saying, and what I'm hearing from you, that it was hard, it was rough this morning.
How many steps did you take at 8:34 p.m.?
I know. I just don't understand what they're doing with that, to be honest. At one point, I heard from sort of, I guess, the Attorney's General office, like a rumor, there's going to be good stuff coming. Like they're going to get some pictures, video. That was a nothing burger to me. Like a huge, they didn't even set up for what was going on. I mean, the jury, to give the jury credit, they were relatively attentive in the beginning. And then, they kind of got completely lost, and some of them were actually the first time I've seen them dozing off and different things like that, which I haven't seen them do before. Wow. There was some nodding. I saw some agreement with the defense at times, nodding with the questions that the defense asked, which I thought was interesting. But we haven't seen really anything new today, so it was hard to get a reaction from them.
Well, see, from a lawyer's point of view, and I don't know how the layman and the jurors the jurors in the audience dealt with this, but when Captain Dovebar there on the stand admitted and said under oath that Maggie's phone and Alex's phone were not moving at the same time. Did anybody have any reaction to that?
Or their eyes are already too glazed over.
Oh, don't leave us now.
They got James. They killed Nancy. Nancy Grace finally got him.
Uh-oh.
Nancy's just like, shh, go to sleep, James.
Here, smell the rag, James.
Poor James. Oh, God.
Damn it.
Meanwhile,
There was a question I was going to ask you, and for the life of me, I cannot remember what it was. It's just gone straight out my brain.
meanwhile, let's just enjoy the lounging kangaroo.
I wish I was that
shit.
ripped.
That big bull, he wants to go waltzing Matilda, let me tell you.
I will say kangaroos are fucking jacked. Like that's the one thing about kangaroos is they're 100% muscle all the time.
What we need to do, for those of you in the know, those of you that know, we need to get Ozzy Overlord's face on the bunyip.
Oh,
The fuck is
as
the
in the bunyip from the movie that's coming out with some. It looks like a fucking scary horror film, or
Oh, there's a movie coming out?
yeah, it looks terrifying. Actually, it's
No, the old
we
scary
might actually
animation
have
that scared the shit out of me when I was a kid, the Dot the Kangaroo.
Oh, that one. Yeah, no, this actually looks like it's going to be a really. It's an independent film, but they're doing it as sort of like a Oh, if I just say like Jaws on land sort of thing with a
Land shark.
basically.
I've heard it's called Badass Bunyip. That one.
I actually can't think of the name off the top of my head. I've got the like I can see it in my mindset in my mind as to what the trailer actually contained, and like there's this scary ass like claw hand covered in blood and all sorts of shit. It looks really good, honestly. Reminds me a bit of Cocaine Bear.
There was this ancient Australian animation thing called Dot the Kangaroo that had this bunyip song that scared the shit out of me when I was a kid. And I don't know why, but yeah, anyway.
Yeah, I'm trying to find this song.
Dot the Kangaroo and Bunyip. It is a song actually. It was just weird.
Okay, I think I found it. I'll deal with the strike later. You tell me if this is the thing that traumatized you, that traumatized you, Jeff.
That's it.
See, this is it. All right,
That's it.
Can you give me some background? Is Dot the Kangaroo like a serial TV show, or is this like I've not got it? I got it. Okay, the bunyip will get you if you do not come home soon. I got you.
Yeah, I don't know why that scared the shit out of me when I was a kid, but it did.
Okay, no, I understand. You know, there's some things that when you're a kid, like you don't understand why you're bothered by it, but it's deeply disturbing to you. So I get that.
But I think it was like that mix of
welcome back, James. By the way, we were just
and film. All right, shut up.
We're just viewing creepy Australian things. So that being said, are you all right? Did Nancy not hurt you?
No, I'm good. Sorry, I think the Matrix is coming after me.
Yeah. Okay, Andrew Tate.
What I was asking before you got so rudely interrupted was there any reaction? And from a lawyer's point, it's devastating. But was there any reaction when Captain Dovebar admitted under oath that Maggie's phone and Alex's phone were not moving at the same time?
I don't know if it was that exact moment, but it was in that thread that there was some nods by a couple of the jurors. To me, I mean, it's so hard to follow kind of what both parties are doing, to be honest. I thought that one was a little bit easier because it really did explain, okay, well, you know, they weren't necessarily together at the same time. But I don't know if the juror picked up on that, if the jury picked up on that as much. Because, again, at that point, a lot of them are tapping out. This one girl, she's like leaning up against the flag on the wall.
Ooh.
Yeah. So
leaning against a flag is pretty or the South Carolina flag, right?
No, the American flag. Yeah.
Oh, the American.
Ooh.
She's going for Old Glory. Fuck.
Oh, yeah.
That's digging deep. Oh.
Yeah. So I don't know about that part. I think. What do you guys think about that?
I think it was devastating.
This was horrible. I mean, just even watching a few minutes of it, it was bad yesterday, right, James? Like So I know you checked in with us at lunch and then we didn't hear from you in the afternoon. Was it better in the beginning of this guy's testimony yesterday, or was it like was the jury paying attention more then? And did he kind of lose them yesterday at some point, or was this something that just kind of started today where they were just lost all day today?
No, they were definitely more responsive to this witness in the beginning of his testimony. And then I think
3 years ago.
Yeah, right. Exactly. When he spent 10 minutes explaining all of his different trainings and stuff like that. And I think because they liked the questions at first, it was things we could all understand. You know, okay, your phone tracks your data. Your phone keeps a record every time you do this. It was good to follow. And then they lost us. The state prosecutors didn't really, they kept giving us different, okay, well, this happened at this time, then this, but what does this mean? Does this mean anything? Does it have anything to do with Alex Murdaugh? Does that have anything to do with the murders? And especially, what was it? Yesterday, they ended it, on the phone being left far away from Maggie. No introduction on why that could be possible. No speculation. I mean, I guess, the witness maybe can't speculate, but no kind of narrative built by the state as to how we're supposed to take on this evidence. And then today, with the video that supposedly has Alex Murdaugh's voice, how are you supposed to make that inference? I mean, is it just another random person? I have no idea what the state is trying to prove here. Maybe we're going to get a voice forensic psychologist, or not forensic psychologist, a forensic investigator, at some point to come and tell us, oh yeah, this was Alex Murdaugh's voice. But seeing how the prosecution's going so far, I don't see that happening.
I need a forensic psychologist after watching this shit for 8 days.
Well, the problem is they've got a witness list that's 255 people long.
Yeah.
We have no idea who they're going to call. I mean, they pretty much added all of SLED.
Well, and this is number 11, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, and of course they're not calling 255 people. That's ridiculous. But they may try to be calling, I don't know, 30. I don't know how many people they're going to actually try to call.
I think that was a strategy from both sides, just to literally contact everyone so that the other side can't talk to them.
But the way the witness list was structured was the first 220 of them were the state or both, and then the last 30 were only the defense. So we know, for example, that Buster is on the defense list.
He was number 1, if I remember right,
on the defense list, right? And the Murdaughs, a lot of the family, they're on the defense list exclusively, versus some of these other witnesses, including the mysterious Barbara, which Hayden pointed out yesterday. Is it the Barbara that was called? Right? There's a Barbara on the state/both list, so we may get that Barbara in here. Who knows?
Do we know who Barbara is? I've never heard of this Barbara.
I would assume a friend of Maggie.
Well, it's either that or potentially a sister, but I did some looking and I couldn't find one.
I mean, do you think we're gonna get the witnesses that are like talking about their marriage and what was going on inside of their marriage and kind of the, I guess, failed state? Because I mean, that would be.
I think they have to. I mean, unless it's entirely public knowledge to everyone on that jury as to the state of what their marriage was, they need to prove that there is some sort of motive for him to actually have killed her.
Well, there is a small town. They probably are all gossiping about people's marriages all the time. I mean, let's be real. That's
true, but would you not at least try and put it on the record?
Oh, of course. Yeah, of course. But I'm sure that people were gossiping about, the Murdaughs, he's going.
Were they gossiping? I have stories for y'all.
Here we go.
Want to hear about the gossip.
Spill the tea. Spill the tea.
Time with
my good friend.
So apparently, Alex. Well, I think we could all say this. We knew this. They did not have the perfect marriage at all.
Mm-hmm.
She was actually. What?
He told the police he did.
Yeah, right. Exactly. And they in court 100%. That's what they said, and that's why I don't really have confidence, to be honest, in the state doing this, but I would love for the state to introduce all of that. I'm hoping that that's what they were doing with this woman that was named, that he was texting about, what movie she liked. I don't know who she is. Maybe she's a friend or a cousin or something, but they kind of did go in on that a lot. And I wonder if that's to paint the picture he was texting other women and things like that, because as I said, they were not getting along very well. She apparently hated that property, the property she was at, like that here in Walterboro, and she liked to stay at their other property. I think it's down in Charleston or something like that. She hated this property. Yeah. They were apparently in the she wanted to divorce him. Now the juicier stuff I heard is about him and his extramarital affairs. Apparently there was a local escort who's on YouTube. I'm gonna find her videos. She has spilled the beans about him and things like that. So, and I heard this from someone who knows them and their family quite well today in court. And actually heard it, this person's relative who may or not be involved in politics in some way, heard it directly from this woman herself. The story.
That's some prime. That's some prime stuff. So let's be clear. I would actually believe. I would 100% believe. That. I mean, they were cheating. Whether once one of them, both of them, that he was fucking hookers, escorts, whatever, sugar babies, whatever. That wouldn't be surprising at all. And you bring somebody up there, you put them on the stand, you say that. Absolutely sure. You bring the hooker and you get her on the stand and she testifies. Sure. Does not prove to me there's a murder.
No.
Yeah, true.
That does not prove to me there's a murder on this case. Very interesting, salacious. I'm sure that the jury would perk up. That'd be the most interesting thing they've heard. It's the town gossip forever, right?
Well, let's face it. It's South Carolina. It's going to throwing that kind of mud. Of course, it's going to impact on his characters even more so than what, let's face it, a lawyer that's been misappropriating trust funds and shit like that is actually going to be. Right. But you're right. It doesn't prove a damn thing aside from he's a horrible person, which we already knew.
Shit. We already know he's a piece of shit. That's not that's not something that convicts you criminally. You can be a morally bankrupt person who did not commit a crime.
Exactly. I resemble that remark.
He's like, I resemble it so closely.
Absolutely.
Now, what if I told you that Maggie Murdaugh was having an affair?
I'm not surprised at all.
Probably with the stable boy that they've been talking about, right?
What if I told you the rumor is she was having an affair with the man who ran the kennels and the dogs?
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking.
That is a spicy meatball.
Mm-hmm.
That adds a different edge to it. If
White
that
chicks
was
fuck dogs.
true.
Yeah, which is building towards my theory.
For me, I've been going 4 hours. I forgot you've only been going for 30 minutes.
We cannot talk about white chicks and dogs yet. That's for after 2 hours, motherfucker.
I forgot. In my head, I've been going for 4.5 hours. I apologize for that.
This YouTube, is not a direct stream.
Me. Yeah, that's on me, YouTube. I forgot. I'm sorry about that. Seriously, I apologize for that.
We're gonna get a 4-hour testimony about the hooker going landscape.
Oh my god.
Holy shit. Okay. So what would the theory be built on so James, so let's say that theoretically, let's just presume for purposes of hypotheticals, not saying it's true, that she's banging the kennel master, right? So the theory is that Alex drags her out there and it's like, you like the dog guy? Well, you're gonna die with the dog guy, and just blow in and kills them by the kennels. I mean, I guess that would be the theory of the case.
Well, I don't think the state is going to set up. I don't think the state's even going there with this. Maybe if that's where they do, that's probably where they would go. That
gives me a motive. That gives me a hell of a lot better of a motive than they've got right now. Then I'm able to say, okay, that kind of makes sense why that would happen at the kennel.
And the reason I feel like it fits too is because Alex was, if you listen to the 911 call, he was emotionally distraught. He was upset. And that could be, fake. That could be he is upset by everything that's going on and it presents an emotion. I do feel, though, if this was premeditated, or not even just premeditated, if he caused these murders, I don't believe he meant to murder his son. I believe he thought that his wife was down there with the other guy. and I believe he or whomever he had with him killed the son, thinking it was someone else. They were going to kill Maggie and the guy that she was having an affair with, and it went wrong. And he ended up killing his son, or someone he was with killed his son, not knowing. And then they had to do this whole thing of covering it up. That's my little theory that I'm building upon. It's totally speculation, of course, but that's kind of where I'm going.
No, and I think that's once again, James, this is way better than what we're getting from the prosecution, because at least there's a theory, at least there's something that I could say, okay, well, this would make some sense, right?
Yeah.
I guess my issue there is proving that once again, Alex Murdaugh pulled the trigger on both of them, because that's what they're alleging here. But that's even Winter's still saying it's the best theory yet. Nice, James. Like, people are giving you credit. And people like that theory. Is this the first time you've said this theory live? Like, I have not heard that one before from anybody anywhere at all.
Yeah,
it is. I thought that was a common theory, but I guess not. I guess I've just put together pieces that I've heard of different rumors here in town and in court, and this is just where my mind went. I tend to be like very analytical, and I just feel like that has something to do with it. I also feel like the fact that the guy who set up the fake assassination attempt on Alex, who was paid, he was brought in for questioning first of the murder of Maggie and Paul, and he was very weird. He had so much of an alibi, everything to the T, but his interrogation, he said specifically, I didn't do it. You're not going to pin this on me. And I just felt like pin this on me was weird. Like, was there sort of an agreement that if you did this thing for Alex, you would not be at all involved when it came time to if the investigation of the murders? Like, maybe Alex made a promise to this guy, like, you're going to kill me. I'm going to be out of the picture. They're never going to find out what happened to Paul and Maggie. So you're good, and then it didn't work and it was botched. And in the interrogation, that's why he said, you're not going to pin this on me, because he was already promised that he would not have to take the fall for this. Again, just my wild speculation, but I feel like there's something there. And also SLED. I mean, today we found out, and I thought that this was bad on the defense's part, but when they were talking about how SLED didn't put it in the bag, and if they had put it in the bag or Wi-Fi mode or something like that, like the GPS signal, or if they did it 1 day later instead of 7 days, so it was 8 days, you would have been able to get the GPS information. He was like, yeah, basically, did SLED purposely do that, knowing they wouldn't be able to get the information and that it would give Alex more of a cover? I don't know. There's
there's a theory that SLED is covering for Murdaugh.
I don't think.
Even if they didn't cover, they've screwed it up. They screwed the pooch there. Sorry, James. That's actually what I was going to ask you. Was there any sort of reaction from the jury when that came out, that because they hadn't put it into the Faraday bag or whatever, and it had been an extra couple of days that certain information had been deleted? Did anyone look at Dove and go, "Well, hang on, have SLED royally screwed up here in terms of the evidence"? Like, was there any sort of reaction?
Yeah, not so much physical reaction. I mean, during that whole point, there was a few jurors who actually had their eyebrows furrowed, specifically, and I have to look at that specific moment because I don't write down what happened. I write down the time mark, and I always forget what happened. So I look down and see what happened at that time. But during that entire time, there was at least 2 jurors that had their eyebrows like furrowed, and you could see, because you could see the creases in their forehead. So it was quite, they had their eyebrows raised or like squinched. So, yeah, I think that was, for me, a big moment, and for the audience, I think a big moment. I wonder how much the jury picked up on it, but also I'm not from here. They are from here. They know South Carolina. They know South Carolina law enforcement. So I feel like they probably do have a greater understanding of the capacity of either negligence or corruption that they might have. So I don't know.
Do you feel like, James, they're warming up to you? I know they said that they call you Miami, are they warming up to the South Florida kid who's attending the trial, kind of talking to you a bit more, speaking with you a little bit more, the locals?
Yes. Well, I've made friends with a lot of like the local people who come. There's a couple people in particular who are very, very kind to me. And she brought me a sandwich today, and I've been sitting with her. Nice. She knows some people at the courthouse too, which is nice. The officers, officers, they're funny at times and they're very strict at times. So yeah,
Right.
they'll call me on Miami, and they also Johnny Depp. They call me Johnny Depp.
Oh,
'Cause
really?
I covered the Johnny Depp trial, so they'll call me Johnny Depp too, which is funny. But
They
they're
call
nice.
me
They're very
Johnny.
nice. We chat
Yeah.
here and there.
Yeah. By the way, where do you normally sit? What side do you sit on? Because I always try to be like, is that James in the back? Like, do you try to pick a side you sit on, or it's just wherever is available?
It's wherever they put us. Today I am sitting by or behind Alex Murdaugh, like really 2 rows behind Buster. So if
Really?
you look in that section, yeah,
Okay.
usually that's like sometimes where Chanley sits. She's sitting on the end, and I'm in that
You
back
get the
row there.
Shanley row. That is a VIP section, my friend.
Oh yeah.
That's the VIP. That's the VIP section. How did your stream go the other day? I was passed out. I was so asleep immediately. But I hope everybody checks out your streams when you do them.
I watched it. Kurt was on. It was a good stream.
Yeah, did you get some good questions?
Thank you. Yeah, he came on. And the next time I do one, either maybe Thursday or next week, I'd love for you, all of y'all to come and hang out and chat about it. It was good. I mean, I had more people than I thought that I would have for just little old me, like doing it by myself, answering questions. I was able to go through pretty much 2 hours of like all notes and talking about the jury, talking about the courthouse. I go through and talk about the demographics of the jury members, the weird things that I find about the rules, the fact that the jury members don't have notes, the fact that they change the seats every time that they come in and out, they chew gum, they have to ask specifically to see evidence because it's hard for them to see it. Some of them are sitting 7 feet away from a screen. So, I mean, there's just weird things about this court that I went over.
Sure?
Yeah.
Are you sure it's gum and not dip or?
Oh, that's right. Chewing tobacco. I mean, it could be. It looks like they're chewing it pretty heavy. Do people chew tobacco that much? I feel like it's more of like a, you keep it and you move it around and you chew it here and there.
You can. I mean, it's possible, but I'm just saying, like it's
That's
South
true.
Carolina.
Here, yeah.
Be careful.
That is fair.
That was the other thing I was going to ask, James. That's just reminded me. So they actually had screens in the court. We didn't get to see the video that was played that supposedly showed the dog's butt or whatever. Given that they were harping on that it supposedly showed 3 different voices, did that appear to be like who were they suggesting was the third voice?
Alex Murdaugh, I guess.
And
right, Alex.
And
Paul.
to you, did it seem like it? Like putting it together with the video, did it seem like Alex was there?
It was so quick, man, and the video, it's of a dog. You know what I mean? So by the time it's over, you don't know who is who. I'm hoping they slow it down and have, again, maybe a forensic person talk about the fact that, okay, each voice has a different pitch to it, and that makes it. Listen, if they were smart, that's what they would be doing, showing, okay, each voice has a different pitch. It's a different voice. Clear, you can see it. I'm hoping they're going to do that. As I was, I was watching the jury so hard at that moment because I was hoping that there would be like something awesome I could write down or like this would be a breaking thing, and nothing. So I got the sense it was kind of like a nothing burger to them. They didn't really hear anything. It wasn't definitive. Even if he was, I guess what? If he was in that video, it means he lied about being around them. He was actually there with them at the time. Is that what we're led to believe? Because the state didn't even make that clear. So I'm just making an inference of what the point of that was, and that's what it is.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where they were, what inference they were trying to draw from that. I guess that's the thing that we were trying to gather was what they were trying to draw, and which is what we see with a lot of pieces of evidence. We don't know where they're going. We don't know what they're trying to extract from a piece of evidence. We haven't had them tie those narrative threads together. I hope they're not going to wait for closing to do that. I hope we're going to get some sort of motive, some sort of narrative, cohesive narrative put together that is their story of here's what happened. If they just wait to closing and put it together, I don't think that's going to work for them.
So much will get forgotten in the meantime. They can't do that.
My story is it's 4:07 a.m. and I'm going to hit to sleep so I can get at least 5 hours sleep because I was busy this evening and didn't have time to catch a nap. So this is
Understood.
Yeah.
10-4, good buddy. 10-4, good buddy.
we'll do this
and-
crap again tomorrow.
Yes, same thing, same place. Good to see you, Jeff. Thank you for hanging with me, and thank you for riding with this. Get some sleep, and we'll catch you tomorrow, brother.
See you soon. Bye, everybody. Andrew James, Ozzy. Bye, everybody.
See ya.
So yeah.
See you. Good to see you.
So let me ask you one thing, James. Has anybody in the court or locals talked about the chicken? We've had people ask more about the chicken.
No, I always love to see the differences on what like the internet finds hilarious and interesting and what people hear, because I haven't heard much about that. There was something else that everyone in court wanted to know about, or everyone online, excuse me. But no one talks about the chickens much.
I mean, there's the things that like the autists of the internet want to know about, and there's the things that like actual real people are talking about, especially the locals, that maybe like know better and know more. Okay, people are asking about the PI and the PI's footage. Is that, I guess, the private investigator? Is that something anybody has brought up or mentioned?
No, I believe we heard about one private investigator who was with the former FBI, and he was mentioned in the last witness testimony. I don't know
Sure.
if that's who the person asking the question is referring to, but there's been no mention of any footage of any kind.
Yeah, you've got to bring this. Here's the thing, guys. You can't just like, there's people can mention, oh, we have a PI, we have this or that. It's got to be brought into court, right? The PI can have whatever the fuck the PI wants to have, but if it's not admissible as evidence, it's not admissible in court. It really doesn't matter. It's worthless, right? You can do all of that work, and if you can't admit it as evidence, it's garbage for the purpose of his culpability. You may come up with some sort of Tiger King type documentary afterwards, right? That you're able to monetize, but for this, it's absolutely worthless.
Yeah, and I think actually it's interesting you say that, because I was talking with Anjanette Levy from Law and Crime this morning, and she was talking about how people kind of get on her case on Twitter because she's reporting things, just the facts, and people want it to be more negative towards Murdaugh. And I think it's because a lot of the podcasts and on the internet, you can see more about him. And, if you've seen the boat crash and you've seen the car crash and the housekeeper incident, like you have this picture of kind of who he is, but none of that's going to be allowed in court. Like, even as you said, private investigator data or research, I mean, unless that has specifically to do with the crime, I mean, they can't allow it, right? You can't just say like, oh, wow, look at him, he's having an affair in this hotel because we got someone to take pictures.
Right, he's fucking a sugar baby, like, unless that's his alibi, right? Unless
or they find messages in the phone, right? Like that say that, like you can only exactly to what you're so
and they say, hey, kill your wife, you'll have more money to spend on me, baby. I mean, unless there's something like that they can show, it's not relevant. It's frankly not relevant. Let's see. I'm missing this one. Someone mentioned that Law and Crime chat was upset about the Mexican remark by Maggie. Wait, there was a Mexican remark?
Oh, yeah.
Maggie made a comment in a text message.
What was it? I'm sorry.
We're going to get canceled. She said she left the house unlocked, but it's safe because she trusts the Mexicans there.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
I trust the Mexicans to lock up.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Which just shows you how these people talk behind closed doors. I mean,
which is true. By the way, that's real. That shit's real.
But bad, right?
Yeah.
I think there should be a hashtag cancel Murdaugh, right? The woke brigade will not like that.
That was coming from Maggie, though, right? That was Maggie's comment.
Yeah, that was from Maggie to. I don't think it was to Alec. It was to somebody else.
It was Maggie saying it, right? White women.
Yeah.
So, I absolutely believe that to be legitimate, but not relevant. It's not relevant to the case. It doesn't prove anything. It doesn't prove that Alex did anything. I mean, that's not part of the theory. The second shooter was an hombre. Was a bad hombre from south of the border. That's not the theory of the case that they have right now. I know they're going to look at the remains of the housekeeper. They're going to try to dig that up and see if there was foul play, but not relevant.
They're going to dig up the housekeeper, literally and figuratively.
I think that's an actual thing.
No, I don't. That's why it was funny how you said it.
Yeah. Yeah. Are there any other statements that people locally are kind of talking about that they think are bigger issues than perhaps are being mentioned in court? Like the locals are more fixated on or talking about a little bit more than the online community.
Yeah. Well, the locals are definitely interested in all of the crimes that he's involved in. I think we all tend to get focused on this specific trial, obviously, because it's streamed and it's something to pay attention to. But they really invested a lot in like what happened to that kid with the car crash, with the boat crash, that family. And then, of course, his financial crimes that are going on and the fact that his banker is in all of these lawsuits and is indicted, I believe. So there's, I mean, this whole thing is like a giant web. And that's, I mean, everyone talks about the entire thing. So as far as like the trial goes, no, not really. Because I think everyone was really excited for it. And now that it's happening, they're kind of seeing, wow, there's not much here. So, you know.
Was there speculation, by the way? I guess the speculation was it Paul or Buster? I forget which one that was speculated that was gay with the boy that was mentioning.
It's Buster.
It was Buster,
I
right?
think it's Buster.
Yeah.
It was Buster, right? Is that something that, I mean, this is a salacious detail, but is this something that people have been like?
Oh yeah, everyone knows it. Oh yeah.
Oh,
well,
I
I mean,
they know it. Oh, they're just
well,
they're like, oh yeah, he's gay. He likes dudes. Like,
no, it's not like that. I don't think he identifies like that. If I want to use the verbiage
well, he has a
of modern
girlfriend
times.
apparently. No, I found that he has a girlfriend. And I was like, oh yeah, he has a girlfriend. Oh, interesting. All right.
Yeah, but rumors are he's on the DL. So.
Okay. Well, he cut a lot of weight, so big props to him, man. I like anybody who pulls a Buster gets some respect.
It's true. They both did, Alex and Buster. I mean, they used to be quite heavy.
Yeah, Buster definitely busted down at like at least 100, 150 pounds. I mean, that guy he really dropped. He really dropped some down there, which is hard in the South, man. They put butter and on everything, fried chicken, good stuff. Good stuff. Even the vegetables have extra butter. Bless you, Hayden.
True.
Cheers.
I think I guess you have another about 15 minutes. And whenever you have to bounce, just let me know, James.
Yeah, probably like 5-10 minutes. I'll head out.
Sure. And by the way, I'm happy to come on anytime you want to support you. And guys, the best way to track James from everything I've watched from him is obviously to go over here to his Twitter, follow him, James from Court, over here on Twitter. He's been doing amazing updates. He's been here in court doing this. There's very few people that we can trust that are giving us information and are giving us this unfiltered view into the courtroom. So make sure you guys are subscribed over there. Also go and check out his YouTube channel. You can go to his link tree right here. Get on his YouTube channel. Make sure you're following him. Let's get him monetized.
Thank you.
He's so close. He's so close to monetization. And he's doing this, he started during the Depp versus Heard trial. Kind of, you were doing it for free then. What have you learned yourself personally covering cases? Like what have you learned from doing this personally?
Yeah. And thank you. I appreciate all that very much. I learned that court is very much different behind the scenes. It's almost like a play sometimes, there's all these actors and they really do like sometimes get along. Everyone knows each other. It's a lot different than I guess you would see on TV. Also the fact that I guess more so seeing different court cases now, how much things change based on the culture of the place you're living in. Like, of course, there's a uniform standard that we have in our government of how the law works. But depending on where you are and the state and the local jurisdiction, I mean, it could be drastically different, not only processes, but outcomes. So I think that's really cool to see. Yeah.
Yeah, and you can see completely different outcomes in completely different areas. Like, for example, South Carolina is going to be a lot different than upstate New York or, Southern California or, wherever else. The jury is going to be different. The panel is going to be different. The issue is going to be different. How they address evidence is going to be different. The vibe in the courtroom, right? The friendliness. I think this is something that's even different than Virginia. Now, I know that Virginia, South Carolina, they're both technically in the South. But this feels a lot different than the Depp versus Heard courtroom, correct?
Yeah. And Northern Virginia almost feels like it's like South Florida. You know what I mean? It's like
Right.
a northern city in a southern state. And it just felt, and I think it's also the fact that it's DC, you know what I mean? And it's the DC metro area. There was just something very sterile. It felt very sterile. Although you could talk to the sheriffs and the different people and the officers and such, there was no like hanging out and chit chatting and, in the courtroom and everyone like walking around talking to each other. It was not that there was no laughter in court, like there's laughter here, audible at many times. Like there was no laughter during the Johnny Depp trial. If you laughed, that was not acceptable. You know what I mean?
Right. Does that happen perhaps more than we? Because the thing is, we don't hear. At least I don't hear. Hayden, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't hear laughter. I hear laughter sometimes, but not that often. But
look, there was a bit this morning, but it's not like it's too dry. This trial's too boring for people to be laughing too frequently. I think there was something where someone said something. Actually, it might even have been the Mexican comment where there was a little bit of laughter. But
really, at the Mexican comment,
I think it might have been. Don't quote me on that though.
All right. Did you have any moments like that today? Did you hear laughter when that comment was dropped, James?
I chuckled about that comment just because of how ridiculous it was and how I knew it would be perceived, and the fact that they would, do that. But I think, I don't know if that part, I do remember once or twice, partly because of how monotonous. I'm sorry?
Yeah, I agree with you. By the way, just to be clear, because I don't want to make it seem like I'm throwing you under the bus, I would have chuckled for the exact same reason, right? Because I would have known exactly that this is going to be an issue that's going to blow up on the internet, right? It's a nearly irrelevant part of this case, but it's going to blow up on the internet.
Yeah, I'm not laughing because I would ever say anything like that. Like, of course, I just also laughed because, from what I see of this family and know about them, like, it does not surprise me they speak like that, and seeing that come to light and to have people be like, oh, wow, this is who they really are, which I'm sure most of the people in South Carolina already know how they really are. But also, they're very big, prominent Democrats. So you have, people who are supposedly supposed to be on the more progressive side of things, talking about how they really talk, So I thought that was funny. But
actually, let me ask you a question, because Harpootlian actually has a pretty bad reputation. Dick Poon.
Yes.
He has a bad reputation as people accuse him of racism. People have accused him of being a bigot, whatever else. Have you heard people specifically regarding Dick? Have you heard people kind of saying things about him or kind of begrudging him? He is a state senator. He is somebody that within that local market is kind of a big deal. What have you heard about him specifically?
Well, that's hard because, of course, the fact that he is a state senator, there's always going to be things like his opponents saying things like that.
This was from within his own caucus, though, James. So he's a Democrat, right?
Yeah.
And other Democrats were being like, he's racist. Right. And it was now, mind you, it's coming from the Black Caucus. Right. And this could be the internal fight. Right. Obviously, within South Carolina, I lived in North Carolina. I learned the term blue dog. That's the kind of the Democrats in name only, the rhinos of the Democratic Party, the folks that were the old school Democrats back when the Democrats were the ones that were oppressing folks. Back when they were the actual racists, and they kind of held over. So I can see that sort of new Democrat versus old Democrat tension there. I'm just very interesting because he is a big figure in the courtroom. Other than Murdaugh, I think he's probably the most well-known person in the courtroom, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I do hear a lot of things about him. Not a lot of people have great things to say. I think he's made a reputation where if you are on his bad side, you're probably not one that's ever going to say anything nice about him. But a lot of people, I see online, I don't know. I'm sorry. Actually, I'm just trying to find something nice to say.
No, I get it. I get it. No, and I'm not trying to put you in a weird position. I'm just trying to say that, obviously you're right. Political enemies are gonna attack you, right? So it's hard to filter through, especially online. It's hard to filter through the hate and get to what's maybe a legitimate critique, right? Saying, hey, he's a bad lawyer, or hey, he's a crappy senator who didn't really represent us, versus, no, we like him. He's our guy. He may have his flaws, but we know that Dick's looking out for the local, for local people, the people in Walterboro. And I also don't know whether his law firm has a good reputation or whether it's, the person that represents the guilty people. You're from Florida. You remember the Casey Anthony case, Jose Baez. If Jose Baez is representing you in Orlando, you are 100% guilty. No, but it's funny, but that's the truth, though.
Yeah.
Like, if Jose Baez is representing you, you are for sure guilty. He's probably going to get you off, but you're guilty, right? There's a perception of that, and sometimes lawyers who represent, clients, they have a reputation for representing guilty clients. And I didn't know anything about his law practice. Forget about the senator side, but just about the law practice itself.
And chat, can we just take a second to respect the fact that neither Andrew nor I have made any jokes in the last 2 minutes about Dick or getting people off in court?
Yeah. And somebody said, oh, this is a dangerous topic because he's very powerful. He does. Sorry, but I've never shied away from having conversations about powerful people, or potentially powerful people. I mean, that's probably why I'm censored in the algorithm. We only have 387 of you in the chat, but guess what? If you guys all like the chat, you share it out there, share it on social media, make sure you follow James, Ozzy, myself. This information is going to get out there, whether those powerful people like it or not. That's part of what we're doing, and that's part of why we're fighting to do our thing separate from mainstream media. It's because of people like these guys, and especially like James, and because people like James are there reporting that the narrative flipped on Depp versus Heard. We flipped that narrative. So it's part of our responsibility to get the information out there that other folks wouldn't. And that's why I appreciate what you do, James, and I appreciate what you do for us, because you don't have those filters that people might have on a major news network, because they have contracts, right? They have to worry about getting canceled. They got to worry about, the buddies that they have who are, in the same political pack or whatever else.
Yeah. And I guess I should, part of it too is like, this is not I like doing this, and it's going to be fun to see if I, continue doing content creation and reporting. I will always continue doing reporting, but we'll see how popular I get as far as like making videos and stuff. But
sure,
you're right. I'm not beholden to anyone. I really don't care if I'm very friendly, so I don't make enemies, but I don't care if what I say bothers someone if I'm telling the truth, because I'm not worried about getting a contract on NBC. Like, I don't care about any of that. All the people that followed me is not because I was on Fox in the morning, talking about the line in front of the courthouse. It was because I was on all y'all streams telling the truth about what the media wouldn't say. So I appreciate the fact that you guys and everyone supports me and stuff. And yeah, I'm not worried about telling it like it is,
Yeah, and exactly. This is why I like to have these conversations, because I want to have it with people that are just going to be their obligation first and foremost is to the truth, not to whatever contracts they have or deals they have or whatever else they got going on. It gives you more credibility that you're not reliant upon the content creation or anything else. You're just there to report because you enjoy doing that, and that's something you wanted to do. Like that makes it much more credible.
Thank you.
Which is why you guys should follow James from Court. Okay, somebody asked right now, this is a question. Can you ask James, is Alex visible on the Snapchat video?
Okay. I'm going to answer this, and I'm going to dip out so I can make it back into court.
Awesome. Yeah, quick one. Yeah, one done.
No. All you can see is the dog. You can't see anyone. It looks like a flash, and it's like a brown lab, and it's in the kennels, and it's just the dog like going around, but you can hear voices. So yeah, that's it.
Okay, got it. James, thank you so much. If you want to join after, the same link is good. You are always welcome. Take care, guys. Guys, follow James from Court, and we'll see you in court. We'll look for you in the Chanley row. We'll look for you.
Yes, look for me. Thank you, y'all, and I'll see you later. Peace out.
All right,
Bye.
see you.
See ya.
All right, that was James from Court, guys. Honestly, that's the kennel theory. Hayden, how did that hit you? The kennel theory. That was actually the most interesting thing of today, is just hearing James's kennel theory. I'm not
gonna lie, you're right. It does provide a half decent motive for it, and it actually gives an explanation for the third voice on the video as well. I mean, if Paul was aware of the infidelity, didn't care about it, who's to say she didn't go down to those kennels to see the kennel owner? We don't know. Has that been looked into? Did the police bother to check if anyone else was in the area? Right. I mean, we know that they haven't done a brilliant job with following things up so far. So it's like, well, did they even look at anybody else?
Well, I want to hear from the kennel master now. Like, I want him to be a witness here. I want him to be, compelled to testify. Like, there's a lot of potential where that could go with the kennel master. He could be framing, that the kennel master could have been blackmailing and killed them both as part of a frame. Could have a lot of stuff going on right now. That does add to it, potentially.
And the thing is, if the defense knows about that infidelity as well, if the entire town knows, there's no point in trying to protect Alex's reputation or anything like that. Bring it in as evidence. It's reasonable doubt right there.
At that point, at this point, his reputation is fucked. I mean, there's no reputation to preserve with all, especially with the financial crimes. From a defense standpoint, you go all in, you put all the chips on the table, and you just put it out there because you can paint a picture. We saw this with many cases, especially, for example, Casey Anthony. You can have a person who's a liar, who's a bad moral person, but they're not guilty of that crime. And you can have Alex Murdaugh out fucking hookers behind a Waffle House behind a Waffle House dumpster. We're talking about, chicken grease and hash browns. That does not make him guilty of murder. And so put it out there, put the evidence out there and see where it goes. That's my take on that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And now that we know about the kennel master, I've got so many other theories running through my head now. I mean, how do we know that Paul didn't? How do we know that Paul didn't take the 300 with him because he himself wanted to take out the kennel master and the whole thing went to shit?
Oh, that Paul was the one who had the 300.
Well, it would explain why the blackout was there. Like there's so many different things that are now running through my head going, okay, here's something that could have happened. Here's something that could have happened. And none of it involves Alex or Alec, however you want. Oh, how you pronounce it.
It doesn't have to involve him at all. Like, no, exactly. It could be, a lover's quarrel with Maggie and the kennel master. It could be Paul, just like I said, Paul got involved when he shouldn't have got involved. Right. Mm-hmm. And which one was killed by so Maggie was killed by the blackout, right? And Paul was killed by the shotgun. Am I correct on that?
I think so. Hang on.
Chat, if I'm wrong on that, correct me, but I believe that was the split.
Chat will be faster than me looking it up.
Chat, I believe Maggie was killed by the blackout and Paul was killed by the shotgun. Correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, Bass says yes. Okay. This is making more sense then, because it's Paul with the blackout.
Mm-hmm.
And then the shotty is the extra weapon that comes into the mix. So this is making more sense.
There's so many theories now. Adding in the
what if he hired the kennel master to help kill them? Holy shit! that
of itself would be something. Yeah,
because remember, both the defense. Well, the defense, is helped by a hitman scenario, but the prosecution has gone all in saying it was Alex and not a hitman. And that's their theory of the case. And I think that is the hard part to prove. If they've gone in and saying it's either Alex or it's an agent of Alex, and they kind of hedged a little bit there, I think it would be a little bit easier to prove this case, but they don't have that.
See, another kennel master theory for why Paul might have had the blackout with him. If Mum had decided that she wanted to break it off and the kennel master had already been potentially threatening, she might have brought Paul along, had him armed, and said, this is for my safety. I'm breaking this off. I'm telling him that it's enough is enough. And again, it all turns to shit.
Oh, that's a great one. That's
Alex isn't even remotely involved.
That's actually that's a great theory. So they show up to break it off. Paul has the blackout. Gets ambushed by the kennel master, who knows the kennels, right? And he's got the tactical advantage, right, at close range. Takes him out with, by the way, apparently with 12 gauge steel shot, which the Murdaughs don't own, right? Mm-hmm. So takes him out at close range with the shotty, disarms him, uses his own blackout to murk Maggie, and
disappears into the night with the shotgun and the blackout.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's a damn good theory, and I can believe that theory. I'm like, yeah, that would actually check out. I can believe that theory. That's reasonable. That's reasonable doubt as fuck.
It's reasonable doubt. Yeah.
Such reasonable doubt right there. You can parade out all the princesses you want, and I'm seeing them play in the background here, guys, because obviously we haven't started right. This is old footage. You can say, oh, look, all the scary guns. I think that people would just get a hard on, right, for the Gucci equipment and the Gucci accessories, being like, oh, I wish I had $9,000 to flush down the toilet, on all that extra shit. I think showing the guns did not do anything for them. In terms,
I don't think they've shown evidence at all that's done anything for them. I mean, it's literally just been parade of technical evidence after technical evidence that has literally nothing to do with the murder. They are just doing what they can to bury and confuse the jury in stats and figures and, oh, this is how many steps such and such took. This is, whatever. And it's irrelevant.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess. And somebody said, what if it's not an affair and just a weirdo? Yeah, that's another thing too. It doesn't even need to be an affair. The kennel master could be stalking her. And she could have said, and maybe that's why she doesn't like coming to the property. Maybe that doesn't have to do with her not liking the hunting aspect. Maybe it's
maybe she just doesn't want to be around him. Maybe he creeped her out.
He was creeping her out. He was, she woke up one day and he's masturbating outside the window or something like that. He's being a creeper. Whatever.
Which would explain why she wouldn't want. That would explain why she wouldn't want to go to the kennels alone and unarmed.
Yes,
but I mean that then does beg the question: why did she go to the kennels in the first place? I mean, was that specifically where Alec was meeting her, or could they have met at the house?
Why would they meet in the kennel? It doesn't make any sense for them to meet in the kennels. In the middle of nowhere.
I'm just trying to work out why the hell she was there in the first place.
Yeah. I mean, and like I said, James, people are asking about the Snapchat video. Sounds like there's nothing conclusive out of that video that you can't say so far. We haven't had anybody say, hey, that's Alex in the video. And frankly, if it gets down to like the voice analysis, I think that's going to go down like the pixels in Rittenhouse. I mean, that's going to be like pinch and zoom level. And you've seen the boomer level of technology that we've gotten in this courtroom. I just don't think it's going to go over well. I do not think that's going to go over well in this courtroom if they try to get into voice analysis and all that.
Could you imagine this judge trying to like make rulings on voice analysis being admissible or not? That'll be hilarious.
Like just trying to listen to a CD played on a laptop over a microphone and decide whether it is or isn't a thing. It's going to get.
Can we have this translated onto a record player for me, please?
Yeah. Z-Man says the infidelity would explain why he was so detached from her death, but also destroyed by his sons.
That is true too.
Yeah, because I think even if you're mad at your wife, you're never going to be okay with. I just don't see the motive for the son. I don't see the motive for Alex killing his son. Except for if you could argue it was an accidental death, right? Mm-hmm. So argue that hey, he thought that she was down there fucking the kennel master, and it was really just Paul, and it just went south. But once again, that hasn't been a motive or a theory that's been put out there yet by the prosecution.
No, and I mean, arguably, even if he does go down there thinking that he's with the kennel master, I would be Sorry,
I just lost it because of this one comment, which is Dog Bro just lost it because Maggie ran out of PB. If you know, but totally degenerate. But go ahead, Hayden. Sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say. I mean, look, if Alec was the one with the gun, I would like to think that he would recognize his own son, even in the dark. So I don't think that Paul was ever an intended death. If Paul did it, sorry, if Alec did it, I don't think Paul was an intended target. But yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Paul would have been an intended target. Also, didn't he have night scopes on a lot of this stuff? So, like, was that not a thing for the hog hunting, or did I miss that?
I'm not sure because correct me if I'm wrong, chat. But it was the silencers that never got picked up. I think there was one that didn't have a scope on it or something, listening to cousin lack of neck. I can't remember straight off the top of my head, unfortunately.
Right. There's some good. Sorry, I just saw some good memes in the chat. Let me pull them up here real quick for you guys. I did not have sexual relations with that woman behind a Waffle House at 3 a.m. And then this one, which is now gonna go crazy. Guys, come on. I mean, it's the best theory. Let's see. Ryan says Bronca on Ricada's stream also theories that a relative of the girl on the boating incident and a relative of the girl ambushed Paul, who was carrying his AR because of death threats and took the AR to shoot Maggie. This is true. Okay, so I know they were angry about the boating incident, right? They were mad about that. And there were actual death threats. So that is a plausibility. You have to prove, once again, the burden is on the prosecution to eliminate this as a theory and to prove to me that Alex's motive would be more like, in motive and proximity and circumstances were more likely to have been the cause of death than some rando who was waiting to kill them because of whatever reason, the boating incident or whatever else, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And just Alex Murdaugh was the easiest one to blame. He's already got crimes against him. He's the fall guy. He's already got crimes against him. So let's just pin one more on him. That's what they do, by the way, you know, with the town criminal. You know, they pin it all on the same guy because it's easy to pin it on him. He's always done it. He does all the crime. It's lazy, and it's lazy police work. It's lazy investigation, and it lets people who are guilty go free. That's a good theory. I think if Bronca heard the Kennel Master theory, because I think that is exclusive to this stream. You know, I'll try to propagate this a little bit more, but I think that if Bronca heard the Kennel Master stream, you know how based Bronca is, and that's why I love working with him. He would 100% be like, "Oh yeah, they were fucking. Oh yeah, this is definitely something that could have happened." I think Bronca would get behind that. Just saying. Flux, what did you miss? If you missed the Kennel Master theory, you're going to have to rewind. I'm sorry. But the weakness, the state's case in this is weak. It's so full of holes. There's so many alternative theories. It's going to be really difficult for them to get over that hurdle and get to the point where they can prove this beyond a reasonable doubt. People ask, can the shots at the kennel be heard from inside the house? Well, without a suppressor, probably. I would imagine it could be heard.
I mean, what do they say? Yes. 3/4 of a mile. Oh, you'd expect like a loud enough. You'd expect the 12 gauge shotgun to be heard at least.
You can hear it now. It may not be like the loudest thing ever, but you definitely can hear it.
In the area, it probably though wouldn't be uncommon either.
No, it wouldn't be uncommon to hear a gunshot, and it could be coming from an adjacent property. It could be coming from adjacent woodlands. So you probably could write it off. Hearing a gunshot in an area where there's people that hunt, particularly hogs, mentioning that hogs are a thing. You do hunt hogs at night. Not a weird thing. I don't think a gunshot is something that you would necessarily jump up and say, "Oh my God, there's a gunshot." Yeah, a relatively distant gunshot. So let's see. It took her app 2 minutes to get from the house to the kennels, so they are close. Yeah, 2 minutes, but 2 minutes by what? By car? By foot? I don't think it's 2 minutes by foot from the house to the kennels. From what we saw, the aerial footage we saw, and I reviewed that footage the other day. I can try to pull that up again.
I was going to say, wouldn't she have to outdo Usain Bolt to do that in 2 minutes?
There's no... Yeah, ATV. Okay. ATV, yes. She can get there. Maybe ATV. The walking steps. Guys, come on. We all know those were not those were all not walking steps. Like, I think we all know better than that. Okay, here's, I believe, the drone footage. Let's see. Well, no, I actually just have the property footage, or the property aerial. But you can see on the property aerial, I pulled this thing up the other day of the Moselle farm. You can see, I'm just going to add this real quick. 3.9 million, by the way, 1,772 acres under contract. The kennels were like over here, right? So here's the house. And you got to go down this drive to the right, and the kennels are over here. They're off screen from this picture, but it's not, you don't walk this in 2 minutes.
No.
It's a 2 minute maybe drive, maybe ATV, but it's definitely not steps. And you can have steps registered while you're on an ATV because you're moving, right? So that's absolutely possible. Yeah, King Ginger says, I hear gunshots a quarter mile pretty much every day. Yeah, yeah. I'm not surprised. But I'm very sure. I know there's actually pictures of the kennels on here. Here we go. Here's the kennels right here. So this area, you've got to go down this drive. Here's the drive to the house. You go down this drive, and there's another road here. So you go down this drive this way. You don't cut across this. You wouldn't cut across this. You go down that way, go over here, boom, down over here.
Mhm.
So you're not walking that in 2 minutes. That's not happening.
No.
No. But when you look at especially the location, I believe, let's see, come on, when this loads with the location here. I believe with the location, there's adjacent properties that are right near, yeah, so here's the cleared area, right? So that's where the house is. There's all these properties that are abutting them and this wilderness.
Well, I mean, isn't there like a shooting range or something either across the road or like down the drive or something? So
yeah,
it would really be not unreasonable to hear a gunshot and ignore it.
Right. This is an area where gunshots are probably fairly common. Where it's something that's not weird. This is not an urban area. I know that a lot of people, if you're in a city, right, or especially if you're not in the United States, like me and you, hearing a gunshot would be very odd.
Look,
you know,
we hear a car backfire and we're like, what the fuck?
yeah,
So-
yeah, exactly. People get concerned if you're in the city and you hear that and you're not in Chirac, then you're probably like perking up, right? But in the country,
Yep.
it's not the weirdest thing, especially like you hear a rifle report. Not the weirdest thing ever. Okay, court is coming back into session. So strap in.
All right, I'm going to quickly load then.
Anything before the jury comes in?
Nothing from the state, right?
Strap in and strap on, baby.
Bring
Get
them
your
on.
energy drinks. I don't. By the way, I don't live in North Carolina anymore. I'm in Seoul, but I used to live. I was in Chapel Hill for school, and then also I was out there west of Asheville. I know Mooresville.
The jury is present, sir.
Sir, thank you. You may call your next witness.
And we'll look for
Yes,
for
sir.
James here hitting on Shanley. I think this may be him right there.
Oh, JSD's saying the Snapchat videos on Twitter. Hang on.
Is it? Okay. If you can find it, private chat it. We can pinch and zoom.
I do.
State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Oh, no, that's Murdaugh. I need Murdaugh.
My name is Dathan Brian Varnado. Last name is Varnadoe.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Dathan Varnado.
Yes, I go by Brian.
And your rank, sir?
I'm a sergeant.
Sergeant Varnado, would you tell the ladies and gentlemen this jury, please, about Brian?
Sounds like a
Varnado,
Cajun name.
Where you're from, your background, a little bit of your family, and how you got in law enforcement.
I'm from right here in Walterboro, South Carolina.
Where's Walterboro? Okay.
I started in the Department of Corrections in 1996. I worked in the Department of Corrections state prison system for 18 years, and now I've been here with the Colvin County Sheriff's Office almost 10.
Okay, and I know you kind of soft. You just pull up and maybe speak in there a little bit if you don't mind.
Do you just call him soft?
So you worked in the prison system for how long?
18 years.
Okay. And then after that, you came to Colleton?
Yes, I came to Colleton in 2013.
Okay, tell the folks what different areas have you worked in Colleton?
In the Sheriff's Office, for about a year, I worked the road. Then in 2014, I went to investigations, primarily gang investigations, and I worked in that area until now present.
You know, tell them about your training in law enforcement. Y'all go through Criminal Justice Academy?
Criminal Justice Academy.
Periodic. Talk about it a little bit, please.
South Carolina Criminal Justice Academy. I believe at that time it was 11 weeks. It changes. I was there 11 weeks, and we go through the basic training for law enforcement through the legals, traffic stops, so
I'm
forth.
surprised, by the way, Hayden, that Jeff wasn't
And also
simping
have
for
training there in gang
for legs
investigations
over
also.
here on the prosecution team.
They provide.
Not yet, Jay. I'm looking.
He was
I have
simping
two.
hard for her.
Does your wife work?
Yes,
Where does she work?
works for the city of
Oh, that's Oh, I didn't recognize her. She looks completely different without the Wednesday Addams look.
June.
Yeah, I prefer this.
June 7th of
Yeah.
2021. What was your role with the Colleton County Sheriff's Department that day, please?
I worked investigations during that time also. Of course, the night of this incident, I was off at that time. I was called in later.
And were you on call?
We
Did
somewhat
pretty much everybody get called in.
yes, sir. All investigators got called in.
And where were you told to respond to? Where did you respond to, Sergeant?
The location on Moselle Road.
Oh, thank you.
Moselle Road
That's right.
in Colleton County.
In Colvin County.
Please tell the ladies and gentlemen, when you were coming up to Moselle, well, first of all, do you remember what entrance, how you went in?
Yes, I went in by the dog kennels, that entrance. Not all the way down the park, near the roadway, and walked in.
Had you been to that residence prior to June 7th when you got there in 2021?
It had been some years when I was on the road. I responded to an alarm call out there one time.
Years prior to this?
Yes.
Did you know where to go? I mean, what were you instructed to do? Do you know where to go on the property?
I was told that driveway where the dog kennels are, don't come in where the brick columns are.
And I got the Snapchat video. We will review that later, guys.
Hang on, have I unmuted that? Okay, sorry. I muted the tab just for a second so I could listen to that Twitter video.
Yeah.
I hear another male.
A male.
Unless mum can change the pitch of her voice significantly in the space of like 2 seconds, there's Paul, there's mum, and then I hear a lower voice male.
So we'll review that video. We will review that video. Okay.
Yeah.
Sergeant,
We got
I've
it.
never
Don't
seen
worry
this
about it.
before.
We're going to review that video live on the next
Do you
break.
recognize this is an aerial view of Moselle? And where you responded?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, without objection, 303.
So they're posted an aerial of the
And you
farm.
said you came in the second entrance?
Yes, you want to point to it?
Can you do that?
Right here. I parked somewhere in this area. And I'll walk the rest of the way.
And Sergeant, you get out of your car and then tell them what you did next.
When I got on scene, there was other emergency vehicles there. Other investigators had beat me there. Pretty much I made contact with my supervisor and asked him what it needed to be, what area he needed to be in, what he needed me doing.
And who is your supervisor?
Captain Jason Chapman.
And what did he tell you or ask you to do or instruct you to do?
He instructed me to find Mr. Alex Murdaugh and take GSR of his hands, gunshot residue.
Prior to that, did you have an occasion, did you see the bodies of who we all know now are Paul and Maggie? Did you see their bodies?
Yes.
Did you get close to them or inspect them?
I didn't expect them.
Fucking chicken.
You had to see them from a distance. Is that fair?
All I'm saying, Flux, if that chicken's got some serious balls, if it's the chicken.
Find Alex Murdaugh and attempt to get a GSR kit or to take GSR from him.
Administer a kit to, yes, sir.
All right, and I don't
Mind
think
you, this is something that Bronca mentioned, but like you can have gunshot residue on you
But it
and you
stands for
just
gunshot
handle the
residue.
gun generally.
The kit itself.
Yeah. It doesn't mean shit.
It does not mean
gunshot
shit. Does not mean you
residue
fired it. Does
The
not mean
hands is where it's administered to the hands of an individual.
All it means is that the gun was possibly fired at some point in the past, and you've picked it up and handled it.
trained in how to collect that from an individual.
Yes, we train in-house.
And
It's pretty self-explanatory.
okay, pretty
pretty self-explanatory. This guy.
Have you taken DSR from a person prior to this?
Yes,
How many times? You got any idea?
20.
Now, when you got there, how far was the defendant Alex Murdaugh from where you were? Where was he? When you were told to go check his hands?
He was, at this time when I saw him, he was behind the yellow tape they had up the backside. It's actually, there's an area between the sheds or the dog kennels and his home.
And after the captain had asked you to do that, what'd you do?
I went and got a kit and approached Mr. Murdaugh.
Had you ever seen Alex Murdaugh before that night?
Yes,
Okay. Did you know him before that night?
yes.
Okay. Well, can you tell us how you knew him?
I testified as an expert witness in one of his cases.
An expert witness?
Oh, they're allowing to bring up the other
Is that
cases.
the
huh?
gang which you said earlier you're back?
Yes, it had to do with a gang case.
There's the fire. The fire trucks are like on schedule every day. They got to go for donuts at the same time.
And do you mind, what'd you testify to?
It was some terminology that was used in a phone call, and he wanted, in my area of expertise with gang lingo and gang slang, he wanted me to testify to a statement that was said on a phone call.
So you weren't involved in the actual case?
No,
Okay, so Mr. Defendant Alex Murdaugh asked you to come testify as an expert?
yes,
And was he sitting over here at the time at this table?
yes,
I mean, the prosecution table?
prosecution table, yes.
In this courtroom?
It was here at Hampton, I'm not 100% sure.
In a courtroom?
Right.
Well, I'm curious, what were you called to testify about?
Like I said, it was some terminology used in a phone call. He was prosecuting in this case.
What were you asked to testify the terminology? I'm just curious.
An individual was on the phone telling someone to go and get the whistle, and he wanted me to clarify what that term
Get the
meant.
whistle?
Yes,
What
he was referring to a firearm.
Okay, the whistle. So you were interpreting that a whistle meant a firearm?
Right.
Okay, and the inmate wanted somebody to do something with the whistle?
That's what I was told the phone call was about.
That's a
yes.
new one for me. I didn't know that.
Did you testify?
I did.
And when was that?
It's probably been 5-6 years.
Okay. So on June 7th of 2021, when you saw the defendant, did he recognize you as far as you can tell?
Yes,
Did he recognize you as far as you could tell?
yes,
Did he say your name?
yes,
Okay, did you say his name?
yes, sir.
Okay. And can you tell the jury how you went about to do your job?
I'm sorry, say again?
How'd you go about doing your job? What'd you do? What'd you say to it?
I approached him. I had the kit, and I went to Mr. Murdaugh and told him I had to administer this kit to his hands. He said he understood the procedure, and just a few minutes, and I was out of his way.
And I do think not to do, but Your Honor, can you come down here?
Yes.
Please. I'm going to show you what's been marked States 301. Do you recognize this kit in general?
Yes.
And if you look inside?
No, this one, no.
Okay, would you look inside?
Is she dictating into that device?
Do you recognize this type of kit? Is this the type
Looks
of?
like it, yeah. Using maybe voice recognition.
Maybe, yeah.
Actually, the type of kit had, I believe, had four.
Might be the most advanced piece of technology they got there.
Same idea.
Well, they used to have 4, but now they have 2, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You're on 301 without.
Probably, no, not really.
Correct.
Submit it.
If you stay here, let's pull out 301 and just show the jury what you did. And I've got some questions, Sarge. You okay?
I'm good.
Okay. What's the first thing you do when you get ready to take a gunshot residue from somebody?
Well, I have my own gloves. I
Okay.
put on gloves before I administer this kit
Okay.
to the individual.
All
I
right.
explain to him what I'm doing and what it's for.
Keep your voice up, please.
Yes, sir. I explain to him what it's for and why I'm doing it.
Okay. And you looking at them?
Yes,
How far are you from them?
about you and I.
Okay. And this night, let's go back there right now to June 7th. Are you looking at Mr. Murdaugh?
Yes,
Okay. Y'all knew each other?
yes,
Did you smell the alcohol on him?
no,
Did he appear to be under the influence of anything to you? Alcohol, drugs, anything else?
no,
Could he understand what Brian Murdaugh was asking to him as far as you knew? Did he understand your questions?
yes, as far as I knew.
And could you understand his responses? Just talking.
Yes,
And were his
It looks like
answers
they're about
you
to make
timely?
out right now.
Yes,
This
they
is
were.
like
Subject matter
really,
appropriate.
yes,
He's getting
When you
really
asked
close.
him to,
Yeah, really
if you could
close.
take a gunshot residue, did he comply?
he complied.
And I believe there were just 2 used this time. They used to do 4.
Yep.
Can you show the jury how you do it specifically?
You'll see it's labeled for self-explanatory. On here, it has the left hand, right hand.
You mind touching me and just do it on me like you did on him?
I can.
okay. What you're showing in the process that even the result doesn't mean shit. So good job here, buddy.
Yeah, this is all like smoke and mirrors for the
what's that
jury to
about?
make it look like they did a professional job.
Left hand.
Look at how advanced this
Has a
is.
Flat surface on the inside of the
Mhm.
cap.
Wow.
Touch all the fingers, thumb, put the hand over, back of the hand, and full extent of the fingers.
And this guy, if you tested him right now, probably has gunshot residue on him.
Did you place it back?
Yes. and
Have you
do
shaken the hand of any police officer on the way in? Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do the same thing with the other hand.
Same thing with the other hand.
Yes.
Go ahead and do it, please.
Yeah, by all means, go ahead. Waste the court's time.
Yeah, that's a
If the
good quit.
test doesn't fit, you must acquit.
You mind touching me?
And so this whole time you're that close to him and you're doing that?
Yes.
Well, his hand's shaking.
What the?
Do not
What does that prove? I don't recall. Anyway,
Now, after you do that, and I got a couple other questions, I'll let you sit down. I'll ask you if you don't mind.
Not relevant.
Do you,
no.
to be right where
They
we
try
are,
for state of mind, and it's not applicable.
do you document it?
Yes.
Okay. And,
Yeah, this type of stuff is hurting the prosecution. It's not helping them. I think they think it's helping them.
we'll show you what's 300. Does this relate to what we're doing right now, Sarge?
The problem is we have no idea what the what's going through the jury's mind at the moment. They may be sitting there thinking, "Wow, all this fancy high tech stuff they did.
Say what time.
Maybe it's true. Maybe you really did do it."
Potential gunshot
I don't know.
Yes, it's right here at the bottom.
It really just makes it look like they're just trying to prove that the cops did their job, and so so did the prosecution. And because they're at trial, he must be guilty.
This is not me.
And date of birth, it's got the suspect's name, Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
Right.
And his date of birth's what?
5/27/68.
Now, you didn't know that, did you? You didn't know his date of birth. So did you have to ask him?
Yes.
Did he have any trouble telling you his date of birth?
No.
Okay. So you put that down when he told you. Subject is living, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and we'll bring that up to study later, but you took the sample off a live individual?
Yes.
No question about it. All right. And you filled out the rest of the form, correct?
I did.
No
Going
gunshot
through the
wound?
form is
No.
not going to make
No,
the
it
result
says any
change.
debris or blood or subject, this is what the form says. Any debris or blood or subjects on the hand, and what'd you mark?
No.
So does that mean you had to look at his hands to mark no?
Yes.
Okay, and so when you were looking at his hands, did you see any debris or blood on suspect's hands?
No, I did not.
And you looked at it?
Right.
Okay. How would you describe it?
Well, I would probably say it was clean.
And underneath
Were they
there it says
manly hands?
lawyer,
Were they
honey,
big?
the rest of it said
Ask
Were
some
they
questions, yeah.
powerful?
and he signed it, correct?
No.
It's like it's
Okay,
always
that's what
sunny
stressed me
vibes
about
with
that.
the
I couldn't
hands.
see. Okay. One final question while I've got you up here. Did you observe what he was wearing? His shirt, his
I
shorts,
remember
his
his shirt.
shoes?
I do not remember his shoes or his pants or what he had on. I do remember his shirt.
Okay. And can you describe the shirt?
It was a white T-shirt.
Did it appear to have any blood on it from looking right here?
No, naked eye. I didn't see
Irrelevant.
Did it appear to be dirty?
it. No.
Did he appear to use lotion?
And is this also the chain of custody that you filled out for the GSR?
Yes.
Okay, and you turned it over, I believe, to Agent Worley?
That's Worley.
Okay. I believe 12 without objection. You can have a seat there. Okay.
Admitted.
I think it's take your time. I'll be back.
Yeah.
Now, if referring to states 300 again, down at the bottom, it's got date and time shooting occurred. It's got 6/7/21.
So the shooting occurred. Yes.
Okay. And where'd you get that information from?
From other people on the scene.
Okay. And time, what time does it have by there?
I have 10 p.m.
And where'd you get that from? You know?
More likely it was my supervisor told me on the scene.
I see that. And the time this collected was 11:15, correct?
That's correct.
Dr. Brian, one of those individuals that you collected the gunshot, performed the gunshot residue kit on, and the individual you described as his hands is clean to see in the courtroom.
Yes, he is.
Could you please point him out for the ladies and gentlemen?
He has a gray blazer and white button-up shirt.
We'd like the record to reflect. That's all we have. Thank you, Judge.
Yes, cross-examination.
All right, here we go. Quick cross-examination.
This individual right here, the defendant Murdaugh, Richard Alexander Murdaugh, consented to you taking his DSR, correct?
Yes.
And he cooperated with
This
you
can be
fully
quick.
that night, correct?
Yes, he did.
And you had talked about a case that he had worked and he was a prosecutor of.
This is moving. This is good.
In this courthouse or maybe Hampton, but
Right.
right? And you worked on that case, not only with Richard Alexander Murdaugh, but his father, Randolph Murdaugh, correct?
That's correct.
And that was a drug prosecution of a defendant who was suspected to be involved in the Cowboys drug gang. Is that correct?
He was an affiliate, yes.
And that was a dangerous outfit that a lot of folks were prosecuted. Is that correct?
Basis for the objection. No.
Could you ask the question again, please?
The Cowboys were known for being dangerous in this area, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in that case, I think you thought maybe 5 years, but it could have been sooner than that, 2 or 3 years ago.
It could have been. It's been some years. I'm not sure exactly what year it was.
Yes. Now you were showing this aerial photograph, and this is exhibit number 303.
Yep. The aerial that we've
have you
been
been out
looking
to the
at.
property since the night on June the 7th?
Yes.
Okay. Now this aerial photograph, you don't know what date this photograph was taken, do you?
I do not.
But you do know that this land here, frankly, right through there, were you aware that at one point in time, that area right there was used as a runway?
I did not know that.
Okay. But you do know that pine trees were planted all through here, correct? And
There are trees there, yes.
there's a stand of pine trees there that are not in this photograph. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay, thank you. And the now the form, if I can find it, sir. The collection form asks, it says subject's full name, and the subject was Mr. Murdaugh.
That's
right?
correct.
Okay. And did you, I mean, was he cordial and respectful
Oh, yes.
to you?
Yes.
And you've been around him on multiple occasions, I take it, working on that case and perhaps other things?
2 times, yes.
And in your presence, has he always been respectful to law enforcement?
Yes.
Has always treated you with respect?
Yes.
Did he treat you with respect on the night of June the 7th?
Yes, he did.
And did he tell you he understood that you had to do a job and take his gunshot residue off his hands, correct?
That's right.
And he was shook up, was he not?
Yes, he was shook up.
As one would be in that scenario,
Now,
whether
you
he was guilty
showed
or
how
not. Being
the
shook
collection is done
normal.
and how you put the stamp on the front and on the back. Did you do a thorough collection of Mr. Murdaugh's hands that night?
Yes.
And did you intentionally leave any part of his hand untested?
No.
And you did your level best to get every particle of GSR off his hands, according to using that equipment that you had. Is that right?
The way I was trained and taught, yes.
And were you aware that earlier in the night after he called 911, that he went up to the house to get a shotgun and came back down? And when
Here you go.
first responding deputy,
He got a shot. This is it.
it was Green, came to the scene, that he seized that shotgun? Did you know that when you got
At that time, no.
You learned it later?
Yes.
And you're
So now
aware
you
that
know.
gunshot residue can transfer from a gun onto
Here
the
we go.
subject's hands, correct?
It's possible.
Oh,
Now,
that,
you
he's
don't
holding
do
back.
any testing
He's
of
holding
gunshot
back.
residue, do you?
No.
That's done back at the SLED lab?
That's right.
Okay. And you didn't test any gunshot residue, well, I scratched that, I apologize. Did you collect any gunshot residue or attempt to collect any gunshot residue off any other part of Mr. Murdaugh's body?
No.
So you didn't try to take anything off his legs or?
No, the test is not for that.
It's very likely it would transfer off of a weapon.
Later in that
That's
evening,
possible.
his
Likely.
clothes were collected for gunshot residue testing. Were you involved in that in any form or fashion?
No.
You can go to church, touch a hymn book, and leave it with residue. Very true. Very true.
Deputy Varnado, I'm going to show you exhibit 59. I just want to ask you if 59 fairly and accurately depicts Paul Murdaugh as you saw him lying on the ground outside the feed room that night.
Yes.
Your Honor, I introduced defendants 59 into evidence under seal. I'm not going to publish it. We just need to get it in for the record without objection, I believe.
That's correct.
Submitted.
May I have the court's indulgence? That's all I have, Deputy. Thank you.
Just one follow-up. He was asking about that case you testified in. Alex Murdaugh
Redirect.
called you as an expert on how to interpret whistle.
Damn, I missed the cross.
Yeah, they actually got him. They actually got him.
That's what I understood to be, yes.
Whistle.
Damn it.
I wasn't part of the actual investigation.
Anything further?
You missed. They asked him if it was if he knew that he went to go get a shotgun, and did he know that residue can transfer from the shotgun?
Thank
to
you, Your Honor. We call
Murdaugh?
Rogan Gibson.
And he said it's possible. I'm like, motherfucker, it's likely, but okay, at least you admitted the fact that him touching a gun is going to likely
Could have been the reason why there was
residue.
transfer.
Yes. And
Yeah.
it's gunshot residue. It's not specific to any one gun. It's like only the murder weapon transmits residue. No, all guns, right? People are mentioning it, laughing here, that half the Bibles in the South probably have gunshot residue on them. I mean, it's
a good point.
It's transferred to pretty much anything that someone who could have been handling a gun at some point has touched.
Yep.
All righty.
Spell your last name.
Rogan Gibson, Gibson.
Rogan Gibson. Is this the Rogan?
Gibson, how you doing today? Good.
I think this is the
Ooh.
Rogan.
That's the court reporter.
This is the one that had the phone calls and whatnot. Interesting.
Ooh, let's get. We're finally getting some better witnesses.
Mr.
Yeah.
Gibson, I want you to introduce yourself to the jury a little bit. Tell us, where you grew up, where you went to high school, just a little bit about yourself before we get to your testimony.
I went to Wade Hampton High School. I'm from Hampton.
All right. And you're working now?
I am.
All right. What field do you work in?
The agriculture field.
All right. Why don't you see if you can pull that mic up just a little bit and scoot up just a hair so you're speaking into it. I appreciate it. You said you're working in agriculture, is that right?
That's correct.
All right. And currently still working in agriculture?
That's correct.
Back in June of 2021, what were you doing? Working in agriculture?
That's correct. Farming.
What kind of job did you have?
There has been a shift in the attitude of Murdaugh. He's sort of like,
And let me ask you,
he's
did
shaking,
you get to
but
know
that's
Paul
been his
Murdaugh?
thing.
I did.
All right. And tell me, how old were you when you got to know Paul Murdaugh?
I've known him all my life, real good, probably when I was 11, 12 years old.
And how did y'all get to meet one another? How did you become closer?
I lived next to him
Okay. And when did
The
that
neighbor.
when I was 11,
Yep.
12 years
happen?
old.
11 to 12? Y'all went to school together?
Paul was a little bit younger than me, and I didn't go to school with him.
Okay. When y'all were growing up, what kind of things y'all like to do together?
We enjoyed the outdoors, hunting, fishing,
Fucking.
hanging around the farm.
Were you close friends with Paul until
circle jerk.
I was.
Tell the jury just a little bit about Paul. Give them just a little sense of who he was as a person.
He loved the outdoors, hunting, fishing.
I was
hanging
going to try and fix up my camera. I just realized there's a massive delay.
the farm out there at Moselle.
Is there? Oh.
Fun guy to be around?
He was.
Over the years, as you got to be closer friends with Paul, did you get to be closer friends with the rest of the family?
I was.
And was that just Paul and his brother and his parents, or was it sort of the Murdaughs, the larger family as well?
The whole family.
And over those years, as you became close with them, how close would you say? How close did you become?
Real close, like a second family.
Like a second family to you?
Yes, sir.
Paul, did you have a nickname for him, or did he have a nickname?
Rooster.
His brother.
Are you kidding me?
I'm writing that
Call
down.
him Bus.
Nice car.
What'd you call Maggie?
Miss Maggie.
What did you call Mr. Randolph, Paul's grandfather?
Handsome.
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 How about Miss Libby, his wife, Paul's grandmother?
M.
Yeah. How about Maggie's parents? Did you have nicknames for them?
I call him Papa T and Grandma.
Papa T and Grandma?
That's
Like
correct.
M-A-R at the end?
That's correct.
Okay, I think we've established that this guy was close to the family. Start your questioning.
Mr. Alec and Big Red.
Big Red?
You said they were like a second
Mr.
family.
Alec, Big Red.
Being that close to this family, did you frequently go out to Moselle?
Rooster, Big
All the
Red,
time.
Handsome,
You ever
Bus.
go to? Did they have other properties too that you ever went to?
I did.
I love it.
What were the other properties
love
they
it.
had? Now, hold on for the sirens, if you will. What were the other properties that they had?
Edisto Beach. We went there a lot.
I've been to
The
Edisto.
house at Edisto Beach,
That's correct.
and any other properties while you were growing up that you recall?
The property in Hampton. The house in Hampton.
Did they ultimately sell that property?
They did.
You remember about how long ago that was?
Not real sure.
When you would go out, when did they get Moselle? I mean, just roughly.
I believe it was like my freshman year in high school. So
2014, something like that?
No, it was, I graduated in 14. So probably around 2010, maybe.
And over the years, did you spend a lot of time out there?
I did.
What were some of the things that you would do with Paul out there?
We would hunt, fish, hang around.
Ride around the property?
Yeah, work the food plots, equipment.
I got States 303 right here. Let's poster board. Can I ask you to come on down with the judge's permission, and let's kind of point out some things to the jury. All right, do you recognize this image? And what is that? Keep your voice up if you could.
That's a picture of the overview of the Moselle property.
Okay. And where's the residence in this picture?
Right here.
And is there a driveway to that residence?
That would be the main driveway.
Do you see Moselle Road on this particular image? Going right down there. All right. What's this red roof building right there?
That's the old airplane hangar.
Okay. And did y'all have a name for that? Did you call it the hangar?
Yeah, shed.
The shed or the hangar? Any other structures out there?
That was the newer shed, the tractor shed. It's all kennel.
Okay.
And that's the skinning shed.
Skin and shed? And just real quick, what's the skin and shed for?
Skin and Shed. See, that makes it
there a
weird to you
driveway,
guys, you city people, but that's normal.
To that part of the property?
And a hunting property.
Is that where it went right there?
What's that?
That's where it went right there that you just pointed?
Yeah, the driveway to the shed right there.
Was that driveway commonly used?
It was.
Was there, what's the structure right here?
That's the old cabin, the hunting cabin.
And how about across the street? Was there any structures across the street?
There was.
All right, what was it there across?
Shooting house.
All right, and can you just point roughly where that be? Right at the top of the picture? Okay. All right, and what is this right here?
The pond.
All right.
So he's
And
just
when
walking
y'all
through the
were,
property.
what was the shooting house used for?
Shooting.
Shooting kind of that angle. There's a target down here.
Would y'all shoot rifles from the shooting house?
We would.
What about shotguns? Would y'all shoot those over at that shooting area?
Yeah, most of the time we shot them around the pond.
Around the pond? Okay. Is this a line of trees right here?
It is.
And on the other side of that line of trees, what did y'all call that?
The dove field.
The dove field? Okay. All right, you can go ahead and have a seat.
It's where we shot Dove. I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory.
You mentioned that y'all like to ride the property and shoot and hunt out there. Is that right?
That's correct.
What kind of hunting would y'all do out there?
Anything we could hunt.
Okay. Well, give me some examples, if you would, please.
Hog hunt, deer, turkeys,
Okay. Hog hunting, deer, and turkeys.
dove, quail.
Let me ask you this: turkey season. Do you know when that is in South Carolina?
It's like March, mid-March.
He
to
knows, and
early
I bet
May.
the jury knows too.
All
I
right, so
bet
it's a
the jury knows.
fairly short period of time in that time period.
That's correct.
You mentioned hogs first. Tell me about the hog hunting. What would y'all?
I think
how would
he's
y'all do
just
a hog hunt?
identifying what goes
A lot of
down.
times we'd shoot them at night with a thermal scope.
And what weapon would y'all use to shoot those hogs with the thermal scope?
300 blackout.
Boom. Legitimate
and
reason
whose
for
weapon
owning
was that?
these weapons.
I think it was Buster's.
Well, tell me about what you know about the blackouts. How the family got those blackouts.
They bought two of them, one for Paul and one for Buster.
Okay. And can you describe those two? Did you see both of them back in the day?
They were similar build. One was black, one was like a green tannish color.
And did anything ever happen to one of them?
Yes, one of them was stolen.
Okay. And were you present when that happened or around when that happened?
I wasn't present. I was just told about it.
And what was the story you were told about that?
I was told somebody took it out of Paul's truck at a party.
At a party? Okay. How long ago was that?
I'm not exactly sure.
I mean, years?
Yes, it's been 5-6 years probably.
Okay. All right, let me show you something real quick. I'm going to show you what's already been entered into evidence. It states 163. And we'll have you look at that image, and particularly what's there on that pool table. Do you recognize that?
That's a picture of a 300 blackout.
All right. And is that the one that you and Paul would take hog hunting?
Yes, that's one of them.
You said one got stolen. To your knowledge, was there ever a replacement gun?
I don't remember a replacement. No,
You
sir.
don't remember replacement. You remember Paul using the black one, is that right?
That's correct. Or either the green and tan one before it was stolen.
Before it was stolen,
That's correct.
5 or 6 years ago.
Correct.
What other guns did Paul use a lot that he favored?
He favored a super black Eagle shotgun, 12 gauge.
All right. Let me show you another image if I could. I'm going to show you what's already been admitted into evidence. It states 3, and see if you recognize that.
I do.
All right. Tell me what that is.
That's a super black Eagle.
All right. And do you specifically recognize that gun?
Yes,
And what gun is that?
that's Paul's gun.
And how can you tell?
The camo pattern and the strap.
Couldn't be an identical gun that just has the same accessories.
No, yeah, it couldn't be an identical.
Paul
one. No
frequently
way.
have weapons with him when he was on the
More
property.
to the point, they're stretching here. They're trying to show that the shotgun, that there was a shotgun there. We know that they didn't have the ammo.
A lot of times he carried the 300 blackout in his vehicle, and then sometimes pistols, different shotguns.
All right. Would he carry that shotgun a lot as well?
Yes, I have seen him carry that shotgun.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where they're going to end up with this in terms of driving motives. We'll see.
You see that box of gloves right there? We just put them on the floor behind you, just kind of out of the way. I'm gonna have you look at here and see if you recognize that.
That's super black Eagle 3 of Paul's.
That's Paul's favorite shotgun.
That's correct.
Oh no, Kat, I'm not suggesting that he didn't. I'm just saying that as evidence, the was hello.
Yep. Got ourselves. Was that a shotgun or is that one of the?
I'm assuming that was the shotgun.
Yeah, it looked like a shotgun. He didn't fully.
He didn't open the box and show it to the camera. Yeah.
There was no bigger moment.
What about deer? Did he have a weapon you like hunting deer with?
He did. It was a 7mm 08.
Yeah, shotgun.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Did Paul ever have any pistols to your knowledge or carry around any pistols?
He did sometimes. Yeah.
Sometimes. What were his favorite 2 guns? Or the most guns he most commonly had around?
Probably that 300 and super black Eagle. That's the ones I've seen him use the most.
Tell me about a little bit about the hog hunting. You said y'all would hunt them at night.
That's correct.
All right. And tell me how that works. What would y'all do? Y'all walking around? Y'all riding around? How does that go?
Most of the time we drove four-wheeler vehicle. We didn't hardly ever walk, but that scope, the thermal scope would pick up the heat.
Okay. And where on the property would y'all hunt?
All over.
The hogs you hunt all over?
That's correct.
When you and Paul were together hunting with that blackout, did you usually have the gun and shooting, or did Paul usually have the gun and shooting?
It just depends.
Who had the gun more?
Probably Paul.
One guy's driving, the other guy's looking.
That's correct.
Is that something y'all did frequently?
A good bit. Yes, sir.
If y'all ever killed a hog, what would y'all do with it?
Sometimes we would give it to people that wanted to butcher it. Sometimes we just let nature take its course, just leave it wherever it was shot at. It just depends. Sometimes we skin them out ourselves.
Or hogs a nuisance animal?
They are.
Indeed, they are.
Talking a little bit about Paul and who he was. How was Paul with his cell phone?
He was on his cell phone a lot.
Most people are, especially that age. Come on.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a little bit about.
Shit,
Miss
I'm on my
Maggie.
cell phone all the
You
time.
mentioned before that the family had.
Dude, my phone might as well be stitched to my hand.
Where did Miss Maggie prefer to stay?
She liked to stay at Edistow
And did you know why she preferred Edistow?
because of the yellow flies at Moselle.
The yellow flies.
That's correct.
What about
Yellow
Paul
flies.
and Alec? Where would they stay most of the time?
What the fuck is a yellow?
Well, Paul, if he was back home, he'd stay at Moselle. But a lot of times he was in Columbia or Charleston.
Did he have an apartment in Charleston?
Oh, deer flies.
Not to my knowledge in Charleston. No.
I'm sorry, in Columbia. I meant.
In Columbia, yes.
Okay, thank you. Back in June 7th of 2021, you were working in agriculture,
That's correct.
working in farming,
That's correct.
hard work.
Yes, sir.
What time did you have to get up in the morning and go to work?
Normally get up about 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock. Where were you staying at that point in time?
I was staying at my girlfriend's house in Beaufort.
In Beaufort? You have to say her last name. What was her first name?
Mary Ann.
Mary Ann? Okay. And why were you staying in Beaufort at that period, at that point in time? Was that where your house was or not?
No, my house was not there. I was working on St. Helena. It made it a closer ride for me to go to work.
So you're staying with your girlfriend because of that?
That's correct.
Did you have a dog at that time?
I did.
And what kind of dog?
Chocolate lab.
Chocolate lab. Still have the chocolate lab?
I do.
What's the dog's name?
Cash.
Cash. How old was Cash about that time?
I'm guessing he was a puppy, 6 months old, maybe.
Did you, were you able to keep Cash with you when you were staying at your girlfriend's in Beaufort?
I was not able to
Why was that?
because she wasn't allowed. She was renting a house. We couldn't keep one there.
What arrangements did you make for Cash when you were staying in Beaufort and you couldn't keep him at your girlfriend's house?
I would leave him at the kennels at Moselle.
And tell me how that came to be. How did you work that out?
I asked Mr. Ellick if I could leave him
I'm
there.
pretty sure this is the lab that's in the Twitter video.
On a week at a time.
So, okay, that makes it a little bit more relevant.
Leave him there for a week, pick him back up when I come back home on the weekend.
All right. Did you leave food for him and that sort of thing?
I did.
So where was he staying when he was
They
at?
get the video into
Moselle
this.
during
That'd
the
be
week when you
interesting.
were working?
Or
In the kennel.
play it again or whatever.
Describe the kennels a little bit for the jury. What was the structure like?
It was like a lean-to shed with about somewhere around 8 kennels under it, feed room on the end.
And Cash was staying in one of those.
That's correct.
You'd go get him on the weekend.
Friday night or either Saturday. Yes.
Where would you take him then?
Back to my house
And just where were you living at that time?
in Colleton County.
In Carlton County. You get up at 5 a.m. and get to work. About what time do you get to work, working farming?
I'd roughly get to work somewhere around 7:30.
7:30. And then what time would you get off?
It all depended.
What time
I
typically
mean,
would you get out?
5, 6, 7 o'clock.
Just depending on how much work need to get done.
That's correct.
Were you pretty tired when you got home?
I was.
During the course of that day, June 7th, 2021, did you have any communications with Paul?
I did.
What's the first one you remember?
Sometime around lunchtime.
All right. What did y'all communicate? Did y'all talk on the phone? Did y'all text or what?
Yeah, I think he called me and told me about the sunflowers had been sprayed in the Doe field and they were dead.
Okay. What did he say about that?
Said that he was getting ready to replant.
They've been sprayed with some Roundup or something?
That's correct.
Did y'all talk about anything else that you remember?
Not that I remember.
While I'm thinking about it, I asked you about Paul and his use of a cell phone. Do you know where he kept his cell phone when it wasn't in his hand?
Most of the time in his pockets.
Was he typically one to respond pretty quick to you? You
Normally-
were talking about something?
Normally, yeah, we were talking about something. He would respond pretty quick.
That evening, did you talk to Paul again after that initial conversation?
I did.
All right. And when was that, roughly?
Around 8:40.
Okay. And what was that conversation about?
He called and asked if something was wrong with the dog's tail.
Okay. And was that the first you were hearing about that?
That's correct.
Tell me about your conversation.
I told him that, I wasn't real sure. I just dropped him off there Sunday and told him let's try to see if he can get me a picture or FaceTime me and let me see what was going on with the dog's tail.
Where was Paul when he called you?
He was at the dog kennels.
And how do you know that?
I could hear the dogs barking in the original call.
Is he describing to you what he's seeing on Cash's tail?
That's correct.
And Cash was at the kennels?
He was.
Did you hear any other voices when you were on the phone with Paul about 8:40?
I did.
And what voices did you hear?
I heard Miss Maggie.
And who else did you hear?
And I thought it was Mr. Elliott that I heard.
You thought it was Mr. Elliott?
You thought?
You talked to Paul, and what did y'all talk about? What was he going to do?
He was going to try to FaceTime me. He
And-
said, you know how the service is out here. He said, if I can't get the FaceTime to go through, I'll send you a video.
And why was he going to FaceTime you? What's the difference between FaceTime and a regular call?
So I could see what was wrong with the dog.
And y'all talked about how the service is out here?
That's correct.
And what did you mean by that?
Most of the time you got enough service to make a call. I mean, sometimes the calls will break up, but a FaceTime couldn't really get a whole lot of service to make the FaceTime call. It's kind of lagging.
Y'all had problems with that before?
That's correct.
Did y'all discuss what to do if the FaceTime didn't work?
We did.
And what was the discussion?
He was going to send me a video of it, of the dog.
He was going to video it and then do what with it? Text it to you?
That's correct.
Is that the last time you ever talked to your friend?
That was.
You could tell he's sad about that.
The voice
that
crack.
break there, yeah, the voice crack.
Did y'all try to FaceTime?
We did.
Did it work?
It came through, but it was kind of lagging. I couldn't tell what was going on.
And then never heard from him again.
That's correct.
Did you ever get that video?
I did not.
After you never got the video, did you try to reach back out to Paul to see if you could get him to respond?
I did. I called him a few times and texted him.
Did he ever respond?
He did.
Did you reach out to anyone else trying to get Paul to respond?
I texted Miss Maggie.
Did she respond?
She did.
About what time you think you went to bed that night?
I'm not exactly sure. It was sometime right after I probably tried to contact him.
And you never heard from Miss Maggie either?
I did.
Did you ever talk to her at all that day?
I did.
About what time you think you went to bed?
I'm going to say somewhere around 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock.
Early.
You're a pretty sound sleeper.
That's correct.
Been working on the farm all day?
That's correct.
Yeah, this is the best
This
witness
call's
we've had
come
so
in that
far,
you
but
didn't
it's
realize
very
'cause you
sad
were
story.
asleep?
Yes, I woke up with some missed calls
What time did you wake up the next morning?
sometime around 5:30.
When did you find out that your friend Paul and his mother Maggie had been murdered?
That same time, 5:30.
How'd you find out?
I called one of my friends that had left me, or I had a missed call from, and he told me what had happened.
And tell me his first name, please.
Nolan.
What'd you do after that?
We got a little old boy up and got him to school without talking about it a whole lot, and then we headed back home.
And by home, you mean Colleton County?
Colleton County, that's correct.
And where'd you go from there?
I went to my house first, then I ended up going to Moselle
About what time you think you got there?
sometime maybe 8:30, 9 o'clock.
What'd you see when you got there? Where'd you go on the property?
I went to the dog kennels.
And who'd you see there? Did you talk to anyone there?
I did, and I seen John Marvin, but I didn't speak to him.
Did you talk to anybody at the scene when you first went there?
The only person I seen was John Marvin.
What'd you do after that?
My cousin let the dog out the kennel.
That being cash?
That's correct.
Did you take cash with you?
I did.
And where'd y'all go from there?
To the convenience store down the road from the house.
And who'd you meet there?
I met a game warden.
And what'd you do after that? Did you have a conversation?
I did. I had a conversation with him, and he said that law enforcement was going to be wanting to speak with me. And I told him, I said, well, if you got a contact, let's get them up here and let's talk.
And so did you wait for law enforcement to arrive?
I did.
Do you remember who you talked to?
I did.
And who'd you talk to?
Jeff Croft and Katie McAllister.
And did they do an interview of you?
They did.
Did they ask you about your communications with Paul the night before?
They did.
And did they ask you to see your cell phone?
They did.
Did they take screenshots of your cell phone?
That's correct.
Were you showing them your communications the night before with Paul and Maggie and others the night before?
Yes, sir.
Were you holding up the phone and they were taking screenshots?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification. 165, 166, 167, 168, 169, 170, 171, and 172. And just flip those real quick and see if you recognize those images.
He's a very believable witness, very credible witness.
Just flip them down. Do you recognize those?
I do.
And what are those?
That's all activity on my phone. Missed calls, text.
Yeah, none of this incriminates Murdaugh yet, so we'll see where they're going with it. It's believable,
Oh,
but
it's going to have to be the video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your Honor, just out of abundance of caution, I believe these are in evidence, but just to be clear, 165, 166, 167, 168, 169, 170, 171, and 172. We would make sure those are in evidence, but those are in evidence, please, without objection.
That's correct. No objection.
Admitted.
All right. May I have the Elmo, please? Mr. Gibson, I'm going to put these up on the screen. You got a screen up there, and so take a look at that, okay?
Okay.
All right, 165. Can y'all turn the screen around for me, please? And that's a screenshot that Jeff Croft took of your phone that on June 8th, 2021, the next day.
That's correct.
All right, and that reflects a call from who?
Paul.
And which Paul is that?
Paul Murdaugh.
All right, and what time is that call?
8:40 p.m.
And how long does it last?
4 minutes.
Hang on, where's the notes?
Is that the call you just described to this jury?
8:44
It
minutes.
is.
The call y'all were talking about, Cash and
8:44.
Dog, and trying to figure out the tail?
It is.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 166. Now, again, you told this jury that when y'all got off the call, he was going to try to FaceTime you, and if not, send a video.
That's correct.
All right, and I'll show you 166.
Okay, so they're establishing timeline for the video.
Got it?
Yeah.
It is.
And that's the FaceTime call, is that right?
You might actually finally be getting somewhere because that's like 10 minutes before they're alleging that they were killed.
For
Allegedly.
11 seconds?
Yeah.
That's correct.
That FaceTime didn't work though, did it?
Yeah, it came through, but it was lagging. Couldn't communicate through it.
So y'all stopped.
That's correct.
And you were expecting what after that?
A video.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 167. Are these texts that were on your phone?
They are.
And who are those texts between? Who are you trying to text right there down those last two bubbles?
I was sending those texts to Paul.
All right. It's got a little glare on it. Well, what time is that text right there?
8:49 p.m.
And that's on June 7th, 2021?
That's correct.
And what are you telling Paul right there? Can you read that to the jury and then explain what you were trying to say to Paul, please?
See if you can get a good picture of it. Mary Ann wants to send it to a girl we know that's a vet. Tell him to sit and stay, and he shouldn't move around too much.
Who were you talking about when you said tell him to sit and stay?
Cash, the dog.
The person. Maggie,
Send
sit,
another text
stay.
right here.
I did.
Read it.
9:58 p.m.
Make me roll up a magazine.
And when you say yo to Paul, what are you trying to get him to do?
Just trying to get him to call me back or text me back.
Because you haven't gotten that video.
That's correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 168 states. You got another screenshot of your phone?
That is.
These are missed calls from June 7th, 2021.
That's correct.
So these are outgoing
Digger, I'm
calls?
starting to think the dog might have killed the chicken.
Call.
Paul Murdaugh.
Tell me the times you tried to call him. Start from the bottom, please.
9:10 p.m. 9:29 p.m. 9:42 p.m. 9:57 p.m.
Did he ever respond?
No, sir.
I'll show you what's been marked as states 169. Is that another screenshot of your phone?
It is.
Who are you trying to call right there?
Paul.
What's
Yeah,
that
these
last
captions
call?
are so bad.
10:08 p.m.
Did he answer that call?
He did not.
It
Show
translated
you what's
no
been marked
sir.
as states
Not sure.
170. Is that another screenshot of your phone?
It is.
And who are you trying to text right here?
Miss Maggie.
What time did you try to text her?
9:34 p.m.
And what did you text her?
Tell Paul to call me.
Tell Paul to call me.
Excuse me.
Did she ever respond?
She did not.
You said you woke up the next morning on June 8th, 2021, and you saw you had some missed calls. Is that right?
That's correct.
And we'll show you what's been marked as states 171. Was this also a screenshot or a picture that Special Agent Croft took of your phone?
It is.
All right. And who are those missed calls from?
Mr. Ellick.
And what time did they come in?
10:21 p.m. and 10:24 p.m.
And that would have been on June 7th, 2021?
That's correct.
Were you asleep at that time?
I was.
Unaware they were coming in?
That's correct.
172. Is that another screenshot of your phone?
It is.
All right. And those other missed calls that came in?
10:25 p.m. and 10:30 p.m.
When you spoke to Special Agent Croft on June 8th, 2021, did you tell him and Special Agent McAllister who you thought you heard on that phone call at 8:40?
I did.
And who did you say you heard?
I thought it was Mr. Ellick, but I wasn't exactly sure.
Did you give him a percentage?
I did.
What did you say?
99%.
That you heard Mr. Alec on that phone call at 8:40?
That's correct.
As time went on after the murders, did you go to Moselle where all the family and friends were gathering?
I did.
Were you there a fair amount?
Probably the whole part of that later that week.
While you were there at the house where the family and friends had gathered, did anyone ever ask you about your last contact with Paul?
There was
And who asked you?
Grandma.
That'd be Miss Brandstetter,
That's correct.
Maggie's mother.
That's correct.
And what did you say?
Told her, yeah, that I talked to Paul about the dog. I told her that I heard Miss Maggie in the background, and I heard a male voice that I thought was Mr. Elliott.
Was he in the room then?
You probably would presume that. You
Did he
probably would
stand up and say,
presume
"No, I
that.
wasn't there"?
He did.
Did you ever have any conversation with Alec Murdaugh about what happened that night?
No, sir.
Did he ever ask you about whether or not you heard him on that phone that night?
No, sir.
Did he ever tell you what he did that night?
No, sir.
Did you ever ask him what he did that night?
No, sir.
Not a subject you wanted to talk about, was it?
That's correct.
Over time, as the months passed following the murder of Paul and Maggie, you were ultimately interviewed by law enforcement and other part of the process and that sort of thing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And as time went on and you were asked about who you heard on the phone that night, that call at 8:40, you said, "Hey, I thought it was Alec, but I can't be sure."
That's correct.
Told law enforcement the night of, 99% sure, correct?
Say that question again, please.
Told law enforcement the next day, June 8th, that you were 99% sure. Is that correct?
That's correct.
As time went on, you said, "I thought it was Alec, but I can't be sure."
That's correct.
In November of 2022, did law enforcement ask you to come in and look at a video?
They did.
And did you watch that video?
I did.
And what was on that video?
It was the video. Paul was supposed to take a cash. Cash was on the video.
And did you recognize the voices on there?
I did.
Did you recognize the voices of your second family?
I did.
And what voices did you hear?
Paul's, Miss Maggie, Mr. Elliott.
And how sure are you now?
Positive.
100%?
Wow. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay. We'll see.
One second for the computer to boot up.
This is going to be an interesting cross. There were not dead bodies or gunshots on the video.
Yeah, finally some evidence. The trouble is, like, I don't think the voice sounds like him. But I mean, if this guy's positive that it's him, then.
And we're gonna, when we go to break, we'll play the video. We'll play it several times so you guys can listen in. We gotta have mommy fix the technology.
So I'll stay for a moment.
All right, the stretch break. All right, you think we got enough time to play this? All right, let's see. I think we've got enough time to play this. Let me remove this for a second. Let me play this.
Damn it, I've just had the child walk in. Go for it.
Okay, I think we have enough time to play this. I'm just gonna move this over here and we're gonna rock and roll. So here's the video, guys, so you guys can see it. Let me kick back on the audio.
Quit, Cash. Quit. It's okay. Come here. Come on, back. Come here, Cash. Post it. Cash.
Hey, he's got a bird in his mouth.
Bubba. Hey, Bubba.
It's a guinea.
It's a chicken.
Come here, Bubba.
Come here, Cash.
Come here, Bubba.
Cash. Quit.
So someone is calling that dog's name. Play it one more time.
Quit, Cash. Quit. Come here. Come here, man. Come here, bitch. Come here. What's the camera?
Hey, he got a bird in his mouth.
Hey, Bubba.
It's a guinea.
There's a chicken.
Come here, Bubba.
Come here, cat.
Come here, Bubba.
Cat. Quit.
All right. So that was the video there, the Snapchat video, or the video of Cash. That I believe is that question here in this case. And the question is that voice Alan?
Maggie would walk or ride a bike. If they had an ATV or a golf cart in the yard, sometimes they would drive that.
Paul more likely to be one to ride or one to drive down there?
Most of the time, he would drive.
Was it usual for the family to go down there sometimes and let the dogs out?
It was.
Let them run around?
That's correct.
Did Miss Maggie like to do that?
She did.
Was it common, to your knowledge, for guns to be left down at the kennels?
Sometimes there was, yeah.
I'm gonna play that video for you, okay? Okay.
So Cash killed the chicken. Cash is the chicken killer. It seems like we have the answer. Convict Cash. No, I'm joking. Cash is innocent.
Get it. Get that. Quick, Cash. Quick. It's okay. Come here. Come here. Cat.
Hey, he got a bird in his mouth.
Same video we just watched.
Hey, Bubba.
It's a guinea.
There's a chicken.
Come here, Bubba.
Come here, Cat.
Come here, Bubba.
Cat. Quick.
Damn it, worst possible time. Okay, what did everyone think?
It is. Where's that video taken?
They just played the Snapchat video that we had played.
You recognize your
Did
dog?
they? Okay.
You recognize Paul's voice?
Yes, sir.
You recognize Maggie's voice?
Yes, sir.
You recognize Alex's voice?
Yes, sir.
100%.
Yes, sir.
Oh,
Point
this
out
is the
Alec
most direct
Murdaugh, the
evidence
person
we've gotten
whose
so
voice
far.
you recognize in this video in this courtroom, please.
Sitting right there in a gray jacket.
Please let the record reflect he's identified the defendant. Thank you, Mr.
Well, shit, they've actually done their
They
job for
ended
once.
on that. They ended on that. Wow. That was the
Wait, did you say
strongest
prosecution
evidence
rests?
in this case?
Okay.
No, they ended with that witness. Here comes
Oh, I
Cross.
was going to say.
They've got to cross this pretty strongly. So I'm actually worried that
Yeah.
it's not Poon because this guy kind of sucks, but we'll see.
Good afternoon, Rogan.
How you doing?
We've met many times, haven't we?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury more about Paul, please. What did y'all like to do together?
We loved hunting, fishing, just hanging around. We loved staying at the beach, going to the sandbar. He could get along with just about anybody.
See, one of your best friends?
He is.
Is this a hard day for you?
Yes, sir.
Did you live one summer in the cabin there on the property?
Yes, me, Buster, and Nolan lived in the cabin, and Paul was there a lot.
And when you got a house of your own, I mean, it was just right down the road, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
Down Moselle Road?
Yes, sir.
It was your grandparents' house or you moved into?
That's correct.
And but before that, Ms. Maggie and Big Red over here, Mr. Alec, I mean, they treated you as family, didn't they?
That's correct. They did.
And Paul was like a brother to you?
Yes, sir.
And Ms. Maggie was like a second mom to you?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Alec was like a second dad?
Yes, sir. He was.
And could you tell the jury what you observed Alec's relationship was, starting with you? What was his relationship with you?
We had a good relationship. I mean, he treated me like one of his own. We had fun. He gave me permission to hunt the property.
Did you have permission to come and go and down to the shop?
I did.
Did you have permission to use any of the equipment?
Yes, sir.
And did you help out on the farm for game management and stuff?
I did.
Okay. And can you tell the jury a little bit about Mr. Alec's relationship with his son Paul?
Oh, I see
Very
James.
good
James is right here. This is James.
Very good.
Were they close?
Oh, there he is.
He's right there. Yeah.
Nothing happened without Paul telling Mr. Alec about it.
Down from Velma looking Chanley.
And did jury's heard some Alec interviewed on the tape, various about how the Moselle property was Paul's passion.
It was.
Do you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Why do you think it was his passion? What was he so passionate about out there?
He just loved hunting and using the equipment to manage for wild game, fishing.
Right.
He loved all of that.
Was Paul a good friend?
Yes, sir.
Was he a loyal friend?
He was.
Was he a loyal son?
Yes, sir.
Tell me about Miss Maggie.
She was like a second mother to me. Always took care of me. Treated me like one of hers.
Did you spend time down at Edisto?
I did.
And you and Paul and Miss Maggie, sometimes just the three of you down there?
It was.
Okay. What did Miss Maggie like to do?
She liked the beach.
When they were down at Edisto, were you the only friend welcome at the Edisto house, or what was it like?
There was many friends that were welcome to the house.
Like adult friends, or was
Most
Miss Maggie, Mr. Alex home? Was it open to all of Paul and Buster's friends?
It was open to all of Paul and Buster's friends.
And was that the case at Edisto?
That's correct.
Was that the case at Moselle?
It was.
Did it appear to you that Mr. Alec enjoyed being around his family?
Yes, sir. He did.
And did you enjoy being around Mr. Alec and Ms. Maggie?
Yes, sir.
You remember and I apologize, I'm gonna get the date wrong, but do you remember in early 2019 that Paul's in a boating accident?
Yes, sir.
And a beautiful young woman died in that accident, didn't they?
Yes, sir.
Her name was Mallory Beach.
That's correct.
And Paul was eventually charged. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did Paul receive any threats or harassments that you knew about as a result of that boating accident?
None that I thought was real serious. I mean, he mentioned it that, he'd get people comment about it, but nothing that I thought was real serious.
Did he Would people just mouth off to him when he went out in bars or just with his friends?
Yes, sir. He had mentioned that.
But was it anything that you thought was serious in nature?
No, and a lot of times I wasn't there when that happened. So I didn't think it was that serious.
Let me back up. I skipped over something. You played sports when you were a kid growing up?
Yes, sir.
I think your dad was a coach, was he?
Yes, sir.
And was Mr. Alec a coach to Paul and Buster?
He was.
And did Mr. Alec, when he wasn't coaching, would he and Ms. Maggie come to all the sporting events for the kids?
They were always there.
Can you think of them ever missing a sporting event for Buster and Paul?
Not that I can remember.
And they come to your sporting events?
Yes.
Now, and Paul had an apartment in 2021. He was starting to go back to school at Carolina. Remember that? He was in college.
Yes, sir.
School year.
That's correct.
And then in June, he had moved back home. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Was he living at Moselle for the most part?
I think he was staying in Moselle some, but kind of all over the place.
And sometimes he stayed with his Uncle John Marvin down in Bluffton?
Yes, sir.
And he was working with his Uncle John Marvin, wasn't he?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, when he was on the farm, when he was at Moselle, now this gets a little confusing for me. Frankly, let me just ask you. Can you tell the jury about all the farm trucks there at Moselle?
Yeah, there was a lot of different vehicles that could be used anywhere from ATVs to tractors.
Well, let's just talk about the trucks. So what was Paul's primary truck?
Around the farm, most of the time, F-250.
All right, but what was his primary mode of transportation? Was it a truck?
It was F-150.
And was it white?
It was.
Okay, and did he drive that around the farm some?
Sometimes, yes.
And then there was a big F-250.
That's correct.
And that was also white, wasn't it?
That's correct.
Did that have a name, the big F-250 farm truck?
Yeah, White Boy. That was the older F-250.
White Boy.
And then there was another one called Dolly?
That's correct. That was a new one.
Well, we can kind of expect it at this point, can't we?
And there was there a black truck?
There was.
And that was F-150?
It was.
And was that Buster's old truck?
It was.
So there were so Buster had another vehicle, and his old F-150 stayed at Moselle, correct?
That's correct.
And then Paul had his white 150 pickup, and where he was not at Moselle, there were still 3 other trucks at Moselle, right?
That's correct.
Dolly, White Boy, and then Buster's old black pickup.
That's correct.
And when Paul was there, he would drive any one of those trucks, wouldn't he? On the farm. And no matter which one he was driving, he would most often have some sort of firearm in the truck, right?
That's correct. Most of the time on the farm, he had a firearm in the vehicle.
And those trucks, they would either stay down at the shed, the workshop, or at the house. I mean, there's no set place for them, correct?
That's correct.
And they didn't lock the trucks up, did they?
Not normally.
I mean, and then Paul would leave guns in the trucks, wouldn't he?
That's correct.
I mean, Paul would leave guns everywhere, just about, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he could leave. He left a lot of stuff different places.
Yeah. Did they ever leave any guns at your house?
I'm sure he has over the years.
Okay. And then he would leave guns in the workshop, right?
I have seen guns in the workshop, yes.
And then Did they keep the workshop locked?
Black trucks matter. Oh god.
It just depends. Not a whole lot, but I have remembered it's being locked. Yes.
Was it more often not locked than locked?
Where do you think he's going with this line of questioning? To me, it feels like he's trying to establish that there might be a reason why the blackout was left in the dog shed.
Maybe. We'll see.
Did they, if someone were bent on mischief,
He's
would
got
it
his
be a
arms
hard
crossed,
thing to
which is
go
very
up on that
closed off
property
body
and
language. Like he's
steal
set
stuff?
on this. Like he believes it's valid.
Probably not around
Yeah.
the sheds. It wouldn't be too hard.
And if someone were bent on mischief, would it be a hard thing to go open up and rifle through or look through White Boy or Dolly or Buster's old black pickup truck?
That is possible. Yes.
And there were no security cameras down at the old airplane hangar, the workshop, the kennels, and the pole barn and skinny shed, were they?
Not that I was ever aware of.
Okay. And there were no, and the cabin where you guys stayed that summer, there was no security cameras there either, right?
Not that I knew of.
And was that cabin, did it stay locked?
Sometimes it was locked, sometimes it wasn't.
Paul left guns there too, didn't he?
I have seen guns in that cabin before, yes.
I want to, not turn this thing upside down, but you talked about handsome. Who's handsome?
Mr. Randolph Murdaugh.
And Ms. Libby is who? Who's Ms. Libby?
M.
And that's Paul and Buster's grandparents, right?
That's correct.
And you know where they live?
In Alameda.
Alameda. And just generally, where's Alameda?
It's on the outside of Barnville.
Okay. Is it like a crossroads?
It's a veer off. Go toward Ridgeland. If you veer off, if you stay on that road, you go to the embassy.
Right. If you're coming out of Hampton toward Barnville, then where the veer off is, that's called Alameda.
That's correct.
Now, to get to Alameda, and the most direct route, do this right, okay. So, can you see from back there?
I can.
And so this is the main house right here, correct?
That's correct.
And you can get down to Moselle Road by going one or two ways, right? You can either take a left and go down by the shop and the kennels, or you can go straight out the main driveway. Is that right?
Yes, you can go out both ways.
But when you hit Moselle Road, would you turn right or left if you're going the most direct route to Alameda?
Turn right.
And be going down this way?
That's correct.
Okay. You were asking a little bit about Paul's cell phone usage. He was on it a lot.
He was on it a lot, yes, sir.
Yeah. And did battery get down low pretty regularly?
Yes, he would let his phone die sometime, or he would lose it.
Well, and when it would get down low, did he have a habit of not using it to try to keep him going all the way out?
Yes, I have seen that happen before.
And have you done that yourself?
Yes, sir.
And phone coverage, cell phone coverage,
basic shit
on that property is somewhat, when I say that property, I'm talking about Moselle, somewhat spotty, isn't it?
It is.
And is there better coverage up at the house than down at the kennels?
I wouldn't think so.
Okay.
I mean, it's kind of hit and miss.
And you can be down at the kennels and you can be, walk 10 yards one way, you'd have some coverage, 10 yards the other way, you wouldn't have coverage. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, back up here, you know, we don't have any measurements on what this distance is from the kennels to the house, but if you're just driving in a buggy or a car or what have you.
A buggy is an ATV for those that aren't.
Tell the jury roughly how long it would take from, in a vehicle, to go from the kennels to the house.
It all depends how fast you're driving, but it don't take long to get from the sheds to the house.
I mean, do it under 2 minutes?
Definitely under 2 minutes.
Going fast enough, you can do it in a minute or less, I suspect. Is that right?
Yes, if you're going fast enough, you would be able to make it from the sheds to the house in under a minute.
Okay.
If you're fucking flooring it.
Mm.
You were asked about turkey season. When it started and when it ended, you remember? And you can tell me, I don't know, when's turkey season start?
Yes, most time mid-March to early May.
How about duck season? When's that start?
The first season starts around Thanksgiving. I think the weekend before Thanksgiving.
And when's the second season start?
Sometime in December.
And when does it end?
End of January.
Do you go duck hunting with Paul?
Yes, sir, I have.
And they had a duck pond on the property?
That's correct.
And did they keep it full all year, or did they drain it and plant it for the season?
Yeah, they would drain it after duck season and be ready to plant in the springtime.
And you helped with that?
I did.
And would Mr. Alec be involved, help doing that? But
he would.
And that was part of Paul's passion, doing things like that?
That's correct.
Now, waterfowl shells load are different than turkey load, right?
That's correct.
Yeah.
What's the difference?
Steel shot.
And steel shot for what?
For ducks, waterfowl.
And why? Is it just preferred or is it required?
That's required.
Because you don't want lead in the water?
That's correct.
Okay. But for hunting purposes, if you just had your choice, would you rather hunt with lead or steel?
Lead shot.
Because it has greater knockdown power?
It does.
Okay. Is that why you would rather, or just price too, I suspect?
What's that again?
Why would you prefer lead over steel?
It has better knockdown. It's better.
Okay. Now, you were asked questions about 300 blackouts, and at one time, Paul had his own, and Buster had his own. They had 300 blackouts. You remember that?
I did.
And then you heard that Paul had one stolen out of his truck at a party.
That's correct.
And do you remember roughly when that was?
I'm not exactly sure.
Years ago?
Yeah, it's been a good many years ago.
And in recent memory, have you ever seen Paul with a 300 blackout other than the black one with the thermal scope?
Not to my knowledge.
So whenever you were with Paul and he had a 300 blackout, it was the black one with the thermal scope.
That's correct.
Did you ever see a 300 blackout around the house that was black without a thermal scope?
Not to my knowledge, I haven't.
And I know the jury's heard it. What's a thermal scope?
Picks up the heat from the animal. You can see it at nighttime because of the heat.
Just for night hunting?
That's correct.
And that's the best time to hunt hogs?
It is.
But during the daytime, they stay in the swamp?
That's correct.
At night, they come out?
Yes, sir.
And y'all had cameras out there to see when they were coming out?
Sometimes we did.
Okay. Now you listened to this videotape and heard that was your dog Cash?
It was.
Chocolate Lab?
Yes, sir.
And you heard Miss Maggie?
Yes, sir.
And you heard Paul, obviously.
That's correct.
And Miss Maggie was saying he's got I forgot him.
A guinea.
Guinea. And then you heard a voice say, no, it's a chicken.
Here we go. We're getting to the voice.
Remember whose voice that was?
That was Mr. Alex that said it the first time, and then Paul also said it was a chicken.
Okay. And then someone says, Bubba, let go of that chicken or something like that.
Yeah, just holler for Bubba.
And whose voice did you recognize hollering for Bubba?
Mr. Ellett.
He's really letting this
Bubba?
detail go.
Their dog.
Did they have, and was Bubba a yellow lab?
He was.
Did Bubba have his own kennel?
He did.
Which one was it?
Most of the time he was in the first one right beside the feed room.
Now, you had talked to Paul. I think the records show you had a 4-minute telephone conversation before that video was taken, which you didn't receive until law enforcement showed you. But you remember you talked to Paul for about 4 minutes, right?
That's correct.
And I believe when you were interviewed, you said it sounded like Mr. Alec had pulled up or something to that effect, driven up. Do you remember that?
No, I don't ever remember hearing a vehicle.
Okay.
I just remember hearing a third voice.
Okay. And the next day, excuse me, was it the 8th? The next day you went over and met with and went into the house at Moselle and you saw Maggie's parents?
That's correct.
And that's when Grandma, Ms. Brandstetter, asked you if you heard Maggie's voice?
Yes.
Okay. And you told her you did?
Told her I talked to Paul and heard Miss Maggie.
And you told him in front of everybody that you had thought you'd heard Alec's voice too, right?
That's correct.
And he didn't push back whatsoever?
No, sir.
What was Alec's demeanor when you first saw him after the murders and days after? What?
He was just real distraught, sad. Just tore up about it.
Did he cry a lot?
Yes, sir.
Did he hug you?
He did.
Did he cry?
Yes, sir.
Did you cry?
Yes, sir.
I mean, did you cry the day after and the day after? I mean,
that was really sad.
One second. On this video, you've been around Alec, Maggie, and Paul most of all your life. Was there any? Did you notice any signs of distress or anxiety or anything out of the ordinary?
I did not.
And you've been around Maggie and Alec and their whole family a lot?
Almost all of my life, yes, sir.
And would you see Alec openly show his display of affection and love to Maggie?
Yes, sir.
And from your observation, they have a close, good relationship?
That's correct.
And they were loving to each other and to Paul and Buster and their friends, correct?
That's correct.
And can you think of any circumstance that you can envision, knowing them as you do, where Alec would brutally murder
New poll in the chat.
Paul and Maggie?
Not that I can think of.
Thank you.
Oh, that's
Thanks
pretty
for the-
good. That's a pretty good redemption.
Mm-hmm.
You were asked some questions about the sheds being unlocked. Paul ever complained to you? People were up there stealing all kinds of stuff all the time?
I was never aware of people stealing anything.
When you talked to Paul and heard Maggie and Alec at 8:40, was there any problem with that voice call, or did it come through just fine? The reception was good.
The call came through, yes.
And the last conversation you had with Paul was he was going to do what if the FaceTime didn't work?
Send me a video.
And he never did.
That's correct.
You've heard that video and you hear three voices, is that correct? Maggie, Paul, and Mr. Alec?
In the video, yes, sir.
When you're standing, if you're at the house or inside the house on the second floor or something like that, can you see the roofs of the sheds and down there?
The last time I had been out there, yes, you would be able to see the top of the structure.
And if you're standing out here in front of them sheds, could you see the top of the house the other way?
Same thing, yeah. Last time I was there, you would be able to see the top of the structure. There was trees growing between the houses.
And that was a long time ago, right?
That's correct.
Down there at the sheds, did they have like outdoor lighting down there?
Yes, sir, they did.
And if all that was on, could you see all that lighting from the house?
Yes, you would be able to see that there were lights on from the house.
If those lights were on, it'd be pretty well lit up. Is that right?
If all of them were, yes.
You were asked about the boat wreck. Were you aware that Paul had been charged in that boat wreck?
I was.
Were you aware that Alec Murdaugh had been sued in that boat wreck?
I was.
What was your perception of Alec's wealth? Did you believe he was a fairly wealthy man?
Yes, sir.
How long have you known Alec Murdaugh?
Pretty much all my life.
As you sit here today, did you really know him?
What the? Yeah. Oh, they overruled it.
Yes, I know Mr. Elliott.
But as you sit here today, do you really know him?
Yes, I know Mr. Elliott.
Thank
Anything further? You may step down.
Okay, so let's see if we take a break here. I know some people may have just tuned in. That was probably the best evidence the prosecution has had so far, hands down.
Take about a 10-minute recess.
Period. 10-minute recess. So we have some time to go over this. Hayden, I'm not sure whether you're here or not, but for those that are not and need to catch up, that was Rogan, who is a family friend, a friend of Paul's. Grew up with them, knew them all, had nicknames for everybody. They called him Rooster. They called Paul Bus. Grandpa was Handsome, and Alec was Big Red. They named the trucks. They had names for the trucks. White Boy was the big old F250, the old one. The new one was Dolly. He was a family friend. He was allowed to come on the property, come and go as he pleased, help with the game. He's a farmer, a neighbor, and a family friend. So this was a person who knows them a bit better than anybody else they've had on so far. The biggest piece of evidence they brought out here was there was a video, which we're going to play again. I previously played it. I'm going to play it again for you guys. And during this video, he claims, Rogan, the family friend, says that the voice we hear in this video is 100% Alec Murdaugh. This video is taken at a period of time that is close to the alleged time of death for Paul and Maggie, what the prosecution is putting forward as a time of death for Paul and Maggie. So we'll play that video again. You guys can tell me whether you think it sounds like Alec Murdaugh, but he's saying, hey, look, I know him. I know him as I sit there today, and that was his voice. Now, the Cross came back and asked a lot of stuff about his relationship, how he was shook up about it, how he loved the family, he enjoyed spending time with them. And they concluded by asking the question, do you think that Alec Murdaugh committed this crime? And said no. He said no. He said he does not think that Alec Murdaugh is the one who murdered Paul and Maggie. So you have those statements there kind of counterbalancing, but that's the best evidence that the state has put forward, period. That's really the only thing that's led us to draw these conclusions. Otherwise, they had a bunch of guns that aren't necessarily linked to the murder. They said there's shells there that aren't necessarily linked to the murders. So none of it until now has really stood against Alex. So let's watch this video one more time. This is a video of Cash. This is Rogan's dog, and we're going to listen up here and see what you guys think. So, and by the way, in the poll, there's a new poll in the chat, and this poll is for after the testimony. What do you think? Do you think Alec is now guilty, or do you think he's innocent? So let's play the video.
Quick, Cash. Quick. Come here. Come here, Cash. What's the Cash?
Hey, he's got a bird in his mouth. Bubba.
Hey, Bubba.
It's a guinea.
There's a chicken.
Come here, Bubba.
Come here, Cash.
Come here, Bubba.
Cash. Quick.
So that was the video, and that voice in the background says, "Come here, Bubba." The one's calling Bubba. That is allegedly, according to Rogan, he testified that voice as Alec Murdaugh, saying, "I know him, and I'm 100% certain that that is Alec Murdaugh," which is the best thing we've gotten so far. And hopefully they are done with the prosecution, with the law enforcement witnesses. I hope to God we're done with the law enforcement witnesses. I hope we get more witnesses like that, more witnesses that are more related to the story, the motive, the personal connection, because I think we've heard enough from law enforcement. Some people say, hey, that doesn't buy it for me. That doesn't link it up for me. And by the way, the chat, the testimony right now, after that testimony, 59%, we have 114 votes. 59% still say he's not guilty. 41% say guilty. And so the majority of you guys still think he is indeed not guilty. However, that percentage has changed. Yesterday, we were at something like 79, almost 80% of you thought he was not guilty, but that's gone up a good almost 20% since yesterday. Cash is the puppy that had the tail, or the dog that had the tail. It's definitely not a puppy. That's a full-grown dog, the chocolate lab that had an issue with his tail. So Paul was sending a video to Rogan about his tail to see what was going on with the tail, if they could fix it, if they had to go to the vet, whatever was going on. That was what happened there. Cash was not injured. Cash was not injured at all. Cash actually went back into Rogan's possession. So Cash, the dog that was in the photo, was completely fine. 100% fine. So hope that updates everybody and catches you guys there. But look, I mean, even if that voice is him, so you're telling me they're helping him with, Alec is there. He's helping him with the dog, and he's murdering them in cold blood within the span of a couple minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes. That narrative to me doesn't really stack up. That's going to be a hard. Sorry, there's just the line in the chat. Have you ever broken into White Boy? That does make me laugh. That does make me laugh. But I do believe this does give the prosecution the best shot they have to paint a narrative. To paint a narrative that Alec is lying. He was there at the time, and he was the one who did it. And the more they can catch Alec in lies, the more it can seem like he is guilty, even if ultimately he wasn't guilty. The fact that he's lying, the fact that he may be hiding something, that adds up. I mean, Alec could have been at the scene. He could have even known who did it. But the thing is, they're trying to prove that Alec himself is the one holding the gun that killed both Paul and Maggie. That to me is the biggest issue here. Even if he's at the scene of the crime, okay, what puts him behind the gun? What puts him behind the gun versus everybody else? Very difficult to get there. Reasonable doubt still exists in my mind. In my mind, I think reasonable doubt exists. Now I'm a hard bargain on this. And by the way, that's for me personally. My personal take on this, I would still have reasonable doubt from my position. However, could a jury convict on this? Sure. A jury can convict on this. Juries have convicted on less. Juries can look at it and say, you know what? We think this guy is a credible witness. We think this guy's a family friend. We can rely on this guy. We can trust him. He's a good old boy. They probably know him. Shit, they probably know who Rogan is. The town probably knows Rogan. They're like, well, if Rogan knows him, if anybody knows him, it's Rogan. They could put heavy weight on this, saying, hey, he identified him. He lied. Good enough for us. The jury can still do that. So the video does not show him there. At no point during that video, and I can play it one more time if y'all want. Let me know if you guys want to hear the video one more time. In the chat, if you want to hear the video one more time, just put video in the chat if you want to hear it one more time. If not, we'll just roll on. But it doesn't show him. It only shows the dog. You can hear the voice in the background yelling Bubba, but that is about it. There's nothing else other than.
Sorry about that.
Hey, no good. Actually, your mic is coming in super hot. Let me see if I can.
Oops, sorry.
Dump you down a bit. Yeah, I was trying to 60% you. You're coming in. You're coming in hotter than cash. All right. So what do you think about this? I mean, I don't know. Did you catch all of that? Because I know you're a little distracted there. But like, did you catch his statements?
The last bit where he said, the last bit that I caught, which I think was probably the best rehabilitation of that witness, because let's face it, him coming out and saying that he's like 99% sure that it was Alec on the phone, him then saying, I can't imagine a scenario where he would have killed his wife and child, I think was probably the best rehabilitation they could have had for him.
Right.
So, I mean, look, at the end of the day, even if he does identify Alec on the phone call, it's not like that still to me isn't a positive identification. I mean, sure, show me analysis of the video to compare it to his voice or whatever. I still don't think it sounds like him personally. I mean, yes, this guy obviously has known him his entire life, so knows his voice far better than I would. But whilst it may place him at the scene, we still don't have a murder weapon. We still don't have we still don't have him on the trigger or anything like that. So.
Yeah, let's play it one more time. Because once again, I think your initial impression was there's no way this could be him. Because look, Murdaugh for me is a high pitched Southern voice. He typically is not a deeper voice. His voice does sound deeper. However, if he identified, if Rogan identified it, I mean, sounds like he'd be the guy, right?
Quit, Cash. Quit. Come here. Come here. Come here, Cash. Come here. Post it. Cash.
Hey, he's got a bird in his mouth. Bubba.
Hey, Bubba.
It's a guinea.
There's a chicken.
Come here, Bubba.
Come here, Cash.
Come here, Bubba.
Cash. Quit.
So, by the way, somebody made the comment. I'm sure the Kennel Master would know Bubba's name. That's very true. That's very true. Our Kennel Master theory.
That's very true.
I'm sure the Kennel Master knows. I'm sure.
To me, all that video does establish is that there was a third person there. Yes, obviously Alec could have left his phone up at the house or whatever, but I mean, even from when he kills them to getting back to the house, back down to the because he would effectively have had to have left his phone up at the house, walked down to the kennels, killed them, walked back, picked up his phone, walked back down to the kennels to report having found them in a 10-minute window.
That's a really, and then remember to do that, right? Have the presence of mind to go do that.
Yeah,
that's really weird.
It still doesn't fit for me personally.
Yeah, that he was when it now once again, that does not mean that there couldn't have been a contract killer or something else or
no, exactly. Like I said, I still think that there's still something ridiculously fishy here. Again, I'm just coming down on the side of I don't feel like the prosecution's proved the case. Yes, this is good evidence, but it is the first piece of evidence that they've had, and everything else to date. If this is what they're hanging their hat on, I still think he should be acquitted. Yeah,
and I know that they mentioned the video, and if this is all we're getting for the video, if this is literally their entire case, it's an acquittal to me. And
Michael makes a good point. In that time period, he would have also had to have driven a mile up the road to dump her phone, or while his phone is still on and providing GPS data.
Yeah, that's difficult. That's a difficult buy there. He's doing a lot for himself. If he's alone now, if he's not alone, then obviously a lot of these things become more possible, right? If he's got if there's another man there, if there's 2-3 people there, right, in addition to Alex, then it becomes much more possible.
I do feel like if that was the case, though, there would be more tire tracks from vehicles, or there would be more like foot impressions and various things, which may well have been the case, but we wouldn't know because the police stepped over them.
Hayden, they did mention that by ATV you could get there in 2 minutes, and they said under a minute if you're flooring it, I guess, if you got the pedal to the metal on an ATV, but I mean,
that's still a hell of a quick timing. I mean, so a minute to the house, shooting people, which conservatively say let's say that's probably 2-3 minutes.
Sure.
You then hop back on the ATV, travel up to the house.
The first thing
immediately
is getting back on the ATV to book it to the house to grab your phone.
Exactly. So unless this is like the most ridiculously premeditated thing that I've seen in a while, like because that is an elaborate plan. Like having the presence of mind to leave your mobile phone to make sure you're not tracked while you do this, and then going back to whatever, it's still a hard sell for me.
Well, and he didn't yet, and I do understand the 911 call did not come until later, right? He didn't call 911 until like 10 or so. However, he made other calls and did other things on his phone.
Yeah, there were the calls, there were text messages, there was
So I know other people in the chat were like, "Oh no, he didn't call 911 until later." No, it's not about the 911 call. It's that his phone use, right? He didn't use his phone until later, but he used his phone about 10 minutes later. So,
and look, I can see that's not it's not important questioning the 2 to 3 minutes to kill someone. I mean, that's a rough estimate, okay? I mean, by the time he gets there, hops off the ATV, has the weapon. Yes, he might have. I mean, look, it's not. I mean, potentially could have done a drive-by on the ATV for all I know.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible.
I'm just trying to give a conservative estimate as to as the amount of time I would expect for him to at least show even a slight amount of remorse for shooting his son, and then booking it back to the house, getting his phone, and doing whatever else.
Right. IWD says, in these small towns, guilt or innocence is determined by which family is in favor or disfavor. This might be a pretext by the town folks to hit back at the Murdaughs, which is a thing to consider, in my honest opinion. Yeah, and that's why I want to leave this up saying, hey, look, I'm not going to predict this jury because this is a small town jury that may read things differently. They may have internal politics. They may have biases. They may want to get back at the blue bloods and say, fuck you to these people. They may have family that had beefs with the Murdaughs. They may know somebody who was related to the deceased in the voting case. There's lots of potential biases here that can come into play, particularly in a small town. You screwed over 1 or 2 people and they remember that, and their cousin is sitting on the jury. Well, there you go. Someone mentioned, and now someone mentioned something about, and I don't know whether this is even true or not, but I know someone in the chat mentioned, oh, well, Alex went over to one of the jury chairs and picked up something. I haven't even seen the jury box, so I'm not sure that I've seen that. I'd have to go back and review that, but I'm not sure whether that's true or once again, there's a lot of speculation about what people do or exactly what they said. There's another one where they said that somebody said that Alex was mouthing something to Rogan on the stand, but I'm not sure I saw that. So I have to go
No,
back.
I mean, someone mentioned that Buster appeared to be staring him down as well.
Now, I will say Buster was leaning in. Buster was definitely leaning in and definitely was fully engaged. He was definitely paying attention. He wasn't leaning back. He was leaning in. For a lot of those law enforcement witnesses, they were checked out, but Buster was leaning in. It could be because his friend is on stand. I mean, I assume that he was a family friend, that Buster was friends with him as well. So I don't know about Paul and Buster's relationship, if they were estranged at all. But assuming that they were all family friends, I don't see what the issue would be.
No.
And by the way, there was a little bit of the crossing of the arms. Some people said it could be because he's a big boy and his back hurts, which I totally understand as a taller guy. But yeah, okay. It could also be defensiveness. I'm not claiming to put it either way. All right. Let's get back here to the court.
A specific confrontation that day. We also have the pendency of that hearing. And for the jury to understand that, we have to understand the extent of what is about to be exposed and what that actually means for him, the prospect of losing everything in life without parole. Will Loving.
They're trying to get in the financial crimes.
He is one of the
Paul's this is friends. Definitely James.
He's mostly here to talk about firearms and shell casings and things like that. But he also will talk about a little bit about the boat case, about the pressures on the family, about selling the house in Hampton, and the fact that that there were financial pressures because of that boat case that they were having to deal with. And I made it clear to the defense as well as to Your Honor that before we went into subject matter like that, that we would of course certainly alert the court. For this particular witness, that would be the questioning that I intend to ask that witness.
Your Honor, may I address this witness? He's my witness. Any information he has about financial pressure or the reasons they sold the house would be solely based upon hearsay, and it certainly didn't come from any conversations with the defendant. He has no independent knowledge of any of that. So aside from the overall 404
coming back
rule, I mean, there's no basis of this witness doesn't have any actual knowledge of that.
We'll proceed with the testimony. I'll rule based on any objections I hear.
Thank you.
Bring the jury.
So they're going to have to object on this one. So we may actually hear some objections. This has been very objection-free, very collegial Southern courtroom. Very much different than I would see in a major city. This is not what I would see in a Miami or a Los Angeles or. The judge has been great so far. I do like the judge. He's been a little bit permissive, but I think his demeanor is good.
The jury is present, sir.
Thank you. You may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Will Loving.
Let's make Lovin go first.
McLovin. He's got some underage beer.
Again, for the record, spell your last name.
Ooh, Lauren Crum making the covering for Buster. Interested to hear what the theory on that is.
Will Loving, Loving.
How you doing today?
I'm good.
All right. Tell the jury just a little bit about yourself. Where'd you grow up? Where'd you go to high school, college? What you do for a living?
I grew up in Columbia, South Carolina. I went to high school at AC Flora. I graduated from Georgetown Tech with a forestry degree. Pursued that for a few years. Now I'm working down in Charleston for a marine construction company. That's about what I'm doing now.
What year did you graduate from high school?
Graduated high school in 2015, and I graduated from Georgetown in 2020.
Where are you living these days? Just generally.
I'm living in Charleston.
Have you ever, did you ever, over the course of your life, get to know Paul Murdaugh?
Yes, I did.
And tell me, when was that, roughly?
I met Paul when I was probably 15 years old down at Edisto. He was probably 13. And, our friendship just met on the beach one day. That's about where I met Paul. But we did pretty much everything together down at the beach whenever I was there and he was there. We'd go hang out on the beach. We'd go on the boat, go fish, or, just hang out.
I like these friend witnesses. They're a lot
when you
better.
met him at Edisto, do you know where Paul was staying?
We've actually got relevant things to say.
And over the years, as y'all's friendship developed, did y'all start to hang out more and more outside of Edisto?
Yes, sir, we did.
And how old were you when that started to develop more hanging out than just Edisto?
Probably once Paul was later on in high school. So I would have been, 18, 19 years old. We started getting closer. And then, when I was probably 21 and Paul was 19, we got pretty close.
How old are you now?
I'm 26.
What are some of the things as y'all got pretty close? What would y'all do together aside from hang out at Edisto?
We would hunt and fish, go out, hang out with friends. We went down to the property at Moselle a lot. We'd go to Edisto a lot. Just kind of going wherever, going with the flow. We'd go down for a weekend in Charleston before either one of us, before I was living there. But, we lived together in Columbia for a short period of time right before everything happened. But, yeah.
Okay. Now you said y'all lived together, so y'all were roommates there for a while before the murders happened?
Yes, sir.
And was it just the two of you in the house, or were others living there as well?
It was just the two of us, and I was kind of just a couch guest, but it kind of turned into a long-term thing.
Crashing the couch.
Were y'all planning on getting an additional place around the time that the murders happened?
Yes, we had already been in contact with a house, about to sign a contract on a house, me, him, and another friend from Columbia.
You mentioned that you would go to Moselle a lot, and what would y'all do at Moselle?
I mean, we'd do just about anything, depending on what we were there for. If it was during a certain hunting season, we'd go hunting, or, we might just be there hanging out for the weekend and might be there working. We did a lot of different things while we were there.
What kind of hunting would y'all do?
We deer hunted, we hog hunted, we duck hunted, we dove hunted, we turkey hunted, pretty much about everything.
Tell me about the hog hunting. How does that work?
We did it for a certain period of time with some dogs, and that was, you got a pack of dogs that chase them down, and you go up and neutralize them.
Neutralize.
We also did it at night with a thermal scope. It's based off heat vision, heat signals. So you could see them at night, and you had to use the thermal if you were going to do that.
Okay. And when y'all would hunt at night on the Moselle property, how would y'all physically do it? Would you walk around? Would you ride around on a four-wheeler? How would that work?
Most of the time we took a vehicle, whether it be one of the, farm trucks or, some sort of buggy.
You mentioned the thermal scope. What was that thermal scope on? What kind of weapon?
It was on a 300 blackout.
And what color was that 300 blackout?
It was black.
How many 300 blackouts did the family have?
They had two.
And were those the only two you're aware of, or was there a third one?
Those were the only two I was aware of. I had heard something about the third after the fact, but the only two I was aware of was those two.
And what did you heard about the third?
I just heard it got stolen out of Paul's truck at a party.
Was that years ago?
Years ago, yes, sir.
So there was a replacement gun, a third one. Is that correct?
Years
Correct.
ago, yeah.
What was that gun like?
It was about the same as the black one, except for the color of it. It was tan. It didn't have any kind of sight on it, you know, the first few times I saw it. And but other than that, it was about the same thing, just a different color. It was a tanner color.
And where would that gun typically be located?
I never really saw it move from the gun cabinet room. Most of the time it was in the main house at Moselle in the gun cabinet room.
You mentioned that that particular gun didn't have a sight on it or an optic on it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And what does that mean? What's the difference between having a scope or a sight and not having? How do you shoot it if it doesn't have one of those?
So you have something called iron sights, which is just it's already attached to the end of the barrel. It just has a little thing that you can see down, but nothing to zoom in your image. It didn't have a sight on it at all. The other one had the thermal sight that you used at night, and this one had no sight on it at all.
At some point, did y'all go get some sort of optic or some sort of sight for it, other than the iron sights?
Yes, sir. We went and bought it's called a red dot sight. It's just got it's not very big. It's about maybe 2 or 3 inches, and it just has a little tube, a little red dot in the center of it. It doesn't zoom in either, but it gives you a little bit better of a look at what you're shooting at, a little bit better than an iron sight.
Is it like a thermal sight in that you can see what you're aiming at night?
No, sir.
So what do you see when you look through the red dot?
You can just see whatever's out in front of you from the naked eye.
And then how's the thermal work?
The thermal works at nighttime. You look and see heat glows up in a different color than black. It glows up in white, so you can see it very easily.
When did you and Paul go buy that red dot sight for that other blackout gun?
It was either in late March or early April. I'm not exactly positive on the date, but we bought it from the Ace Hardware in Hampton.
And when you say early March or late April, what year are we talking about?
2021.
You went with Paul to get that?
Yes, sir.
And what did y'all do after you got the sight?
We went back to Moselle and we put the sight onto the rifle and sighted it in.
Describe to the jury what you mean when you say you sighted it in.
When you get a scope that's not already sighted in, you have to calibrate it with the barrel of the gun. So you have to go and change certain things on the side or on the top, whether it needs to go up or down or left or right when you're shooting. So that's what we had to do with that one. And it just moves. It doesn't move the dot necessarily inside the scope. It just moves kind of the whole thing, the whole sight.
Before we get to that, I want to ask about the property just a little bit. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 303. And ask you to step down with the judge's permission. I want to ask you about a few areas on the property. All right, now, after y'all bought that, well, first of all, where is the residence on this particular image? Do you recognize this? Yes, it's right here. That's right. And, oh, I'm sorry. Is that better? Down here at the bottom. And what are these structures up here right there?
This is what we call a shed or the dog kennels or airplane hangar.
Okay. And can you point out the kennels in that image?
Right here on the side up next to the pine trees.
And where are the driveway entrances to the property?
The two in this picture right here they come down to the main house right here, or you can come in up here and come by the kennels and come down and come down to the main house.
Was it common for everyone to use both of those driveways?
Yes, sir.
Which driveway did you usually use?
I didn't pass one driveway to get to another. Whichever way if I was coming from this way, I'd turn here. If I was coming from this way, I'd turn in there.
In your experience in knowing the family, was it common for both to be used?
Yes, sir.
What is this structure right here?
That is the cabin up on the side of the road, just the old cabin.
And was there like a shooting range or a shooting house in there?
Yeah, there's a shooting range across the road right here. It's like right in here somewhere, and it goes right next to the pond area. That's just a little fish pond.
And what was the shooting house?
It was just a little wooden, gazebo-looking thing that you sat in and shot at a berm over here.
Was there a location that y'all know the property called the Dove Field?
Yes, sir.
And where was that?
It's right here behind this berm of pine trees.
Now, you said back after y'all bought that red dot site that y'all sighted in that the blackout. Is that correct?
Correct.
And which blackout are you talking about?
The tan one.
The tan one?
The tan.
And that would have been not the black one, but the tan one, and not the one that went missing years ago. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
All right. And where did y'all sight that gun in?
We sighted it in off the side of the main house. Right here, there's a little thing of steps that comes into the gun room. And we used the railing of the stairs to brace on and shot down into here as they were building a pond right here. So there was a berm, so there was no threat of the bullets going back there.
All right. You have 6 points for it, folks.
Okay, so he's cited in a 300 blackout. No problem so far. None of this is proving anything so far.
Yep.
Waiting for the punchline.
When did y'all sight that gun in?
We sighted that gun in at the very beginning of April or one of the last couple of days of March of 2021.
And how do you know that it was late March or into April of 2021 that you sighted in that tan blackout with the red dot optic on it?
Because that same weekend we were out hunting hogs in the Dove Field with the thermal scope on the black 300 blackout, and we also took the tan 300 blackout, with us with the red dot sight, but it wasn't very usable because you couldn't see what you were shooting at as it was dark. But we used the thermal, and I remember we saw 4 turkeys up in a tree, and we were talking about maybe turkey hunting that morning right there, but I think we scared them when we decided to shoot at the hogs.
So y'all decided to sight in the tan one the next day or thereabouts?
Yeah, it was sighted in the day before, I believe, or the same day, one of the two.
And y'all were standing right outside the gun room in the main residence?
Correct, yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 88. You recognize this gun?
Yes, sir, that's the black 300 blackout.
All right, and what optic is on this?
The thermal scope.
All right. Is this the gun y'all were sighting in, or was it a different gun that y'all were sighting in, standing right outside the gun room in March or April of 2021?
It was a different gun.
It was a different gun.
Yes, sir.
Did it have a different optic on it right here?
Yes, sir, it had the red dot sight on it.
It had the red dot. I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted into evidence as State's 175. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and tell me what that is.
This is the stairs that lead up into the door that go into the gun room on the main house.
Okay. And was that where you were sighting in that tan blackout with the red dot optic?
Yes, sir.
That's not the one you just looked at?
Correct, yes, sir.
So the tan one is the one
What's
that
through
really
that door
focusing
right
on.
there?
The gun room into the game room.
All right, and describe, you said you were using the railing to brace it. What do you mean by that?
We were using this right side of this right side if you're coming down the stairs railing, because we're both right-handed, and you can brace up against it to make sure you're steady when you shoot at the target.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's 176, and do you generally recognize that image?
Oh, shoot. No.
Yes, the bottom of the brick below the stairs on the side door.
And was that where y'all, in the general location where y'all were sighting in that third blackout with the red dot optic
Yes, sir.
in March or April of 2021?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as 177 states. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And what area is that, please?
That is the flower bed right next to the stairs going up.
Okay. Is that in the same general area where y'all were sighting in that blackout with the red dot optic?
Yes, sir.
States 179, do you recognize that?
Yeah, it's just the bottom of the bricks at the stairs again.
Okay. Same area where y'all were firing now?
Yes, sir.
States 180, do you recognize that?
Yes, the flower bed next to the stairs.
Okay. Same general area where y'all were sighting in that other blackout?
Yes, sir.
It's not the one I showed you?
No, sir.
It's not the one I showed you,
Oh, yeah.
correct?
No, sir.
States 181, do you recognize that?
Yes, sir. It's the bricks at the bottom of the stairs. Same area.
Same area?
Yes, sir.
States 183.
Yep. Again, it's the bottom of the stairs, same area that we were standing in.
All right, I'm going to show you now what's been marked as States 184. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is the little gazebo type thing at the shooting range that you sit in to shoot your rifle or whatever you're shooting.
After that time in March or April of 2021, which you remember because it was turkey season, correct?
Correct.
When was the next time that you saw that tan blackout that had the red dot?
I do not recall seeing it again after we used it that night.
The blackout, was that gun frequently with Paul?
Yes, sir. If he was at Moselle, a lot of the times we had it with us. Yes, sir.
All right, and where would you have it?
In the back seat of the truck most of the time. If we were, riding around late or coming home from somewhere late, just to, check something. Go look for a hog or something.
Did Paul have a shotgun that he favored?
Yeah, he had his Super Black Eagle 3 Benelli shotgun.
And can you describe it any further? What did it look like? How was it colored?
It was camouflage and sort of like a cryptic, like
I resent the word
camouflage. Not really sure of the name of it, but it was more of a distinctive color camouflage.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been admitted into evidence as States 89. You recognize that?
I recognize it, yes.
Okay, which gun is that?
I'm not sure whose gun that is, but it was used for turkey hunting.
Okay. You recognize that as one of the guns that was in the gun room at Moselle?
Yes, sir.
Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 4 into evidence. Let's see if you recognize this.
Yes, sir. It's the camouflage Benelli.
All right. And which one is that?
Paul shotgun.
Okay. And how can you tell the difference between the two camo ones? How do you know this one's Paul's?
It just has a distinctive camo pattern on it. They did have two of these shotguns that were the exact same.
But this is the one you recognize as Paul's, correct?
Yes, sir.
The 300 blackout round, is it a fairly loud round when it goes off?
I mean, yes. I mean, it's a gunshot, so it's pretty loud.
Yeah,
but
in general.
it's not extremely louder than any other gun.
Is it louder than a shotgun?
It's probably a little bit louder than a shotgun. Yes.
Did you ever have any conversation with Paul about getting a suppressor for that 300 blackout?
Yeah, I asked him why I didn't get one, and he said that when you put a suppressor on a gun like that, it decreases how far you can shoot and makes your accuracy go down. So the gun that we already had with the night vision was already not a very long distance gun, so he didn't want to put a suppressor on it.
The up at the kennels, up at the shed area, was it common for firearms to be up there?
They were up there from time to time, but I don't think there were really any kept up there. No, sir.
On June 7th, 2021, did you ever have any conversation with Paul or communication with them?
Yes, I talked to him around dinner time. I was cooking dinner in the apartment that we were staying in, and he called me about wanting to get a hot tub for the house that we were about to move into.
Hey,
sent me a
no
Snapchat,
homo.
a little bit after that, and that was the last time I heard from him.
What was the Snapchat of?
It was of him and his dad looking at the trees and stuff that they had planted. They had one swoop down that obviously wasn't doing too good.
Is this a Snapchat they're going to show?
It was just a video of them looking at trees.
God, I hope not.
You watched that video on your phone or something like that?
Yes, sir.
Look at these trees. They're so guilty. By the way, thank you for the soju money, XCOM. Appreciate it. Appreciate it so much. Help a boy Grift here.
Over the years, as you got to know Paul, did you also get to know his family as well?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you get to know Miss Maggie?
Yes, sir, I did.
To your knowledge, did Miss Maggie like?
Oh, actually, here's an idea. Have him listen to the clip and see if he can recognize the voice.
Down there, do you know?
Sometimes she would use her bike or her car or walk. She liked to walk. There are 2 labs around a lot around the property, so it was not uncommon for her to go down there.
And what would she like to do when she went down there?
She would go down and look at the dogs and mess with the dogs. A lot of times she liked to ride her bike, right before it got dark, on a sunset or something. But she was a dog lover for sure.
Would she go in the daytime or would she go at night when it was dark?
I only saw her go during the daytime most of the time. I mean, she might be down there once it got dark, but I don't think she would go down there after dark.
Let me ask you a little bit about Paul. What was his cell phone usage like?
He used his cell phone a lot.
Is he wanted to respond to you pretty quickly, typically?
Yes, sir. He would respond pretty fast.
You know where he kept it when he had it on him? What pocket he kept it in?
No, I do not. I know he kept it in one of his front pockets. I would have remembered if he kept it in his back pockets, but I don't know which one it was.
Were you how'd you find out about the murders?
I was called numerous times in the middle of the night. I finally woke up to one around midnight. I think it was 12:07 if I remember right. And it was a cousin of Paul's, and she told me about everything. And I was in the apartment at the time, and nobody really knew what was going on. So I got out of the apartment pretty quick. Drove to my parents' house, talked with them for a minute, and we had some friends that were all awake in Charleston. So I drove straight down to Charleston in the middle of the night.
Did you ever go to Moselle in the aftermath of everything?
Yes, sir. I believe I went on that previous Wednesday and saw the family.
Did you ever have a conversation with Alec?
I did.
Did you talk to him about any conversations that you had with Paul that night?
No, I didn't. We mostly just grieved.
Did you ask him about what he was doing that night or what happened or the events of that night at all?
No, I did not.
Were you aware aware of what's called the boat wreck or the boat case?
Yes, sir.
And were you aware that Paul had been charged in that boat case?
Yes, sir, I was.
Were you aware that Alec Murdaugh had been sued in that boat case?
Yes, sir, I was.
They should object to some of this if it gets too far off. This is where they need to be very careful on the defense
Whenever
side.
Paul, did you ever talk to Paul about the boat case?
Not much. You know, I didn't want to bring up something like that.
You can see he's thinking of how to get those
You
financial
mentioned
crimes
that,
in.
The family had an Edisto Beach house, is that right?
That's correct.
Had the Moselle property?
That's correct.
Did they have another property at one point in time?
Yes, they did. They had their house in Hampton.
Did they ultimately sell that property?
Yes, they did.
He's going to ask why.
What was your understanding as to why they sold that
They
property?
told you. See, there you go. There's the objection.
You can answer if you know.
It was just through the grapevine to help pay for some of the lawsuits that they were under.
They're sneaking it in.
The objection is sustained.
That's
Say through the
hearsay.
grapevine. Did you ever have a
You
conversation?
can't go
or
off
were
of
privy
hearsay
to a
testimony.
Conversation with Alec about that?
No, sir.
When you did you have a
let
conversation,
that
or were you
slide
privy to a
there.
conversation with Paul about that?
We talked about the house being sold, but I don't believe he ever told me that that's what it was for.
Well, if it's the deceased, then you might get around hearsay. But it is a little bit. This is a little bit of a slimy move to try to get it in there on the prosecution side.
Going back to the
You could see him pause.
300 blackout. What was the sort of effective range of that weapon?
From what I was told from Paul, it was around 50 to 75 yards. It was accurate up to.
Did that have anything to do with the discussion about why not to put a suppressor on it?
Yes, it did.
When y'all were shooting that tan blackout 300 blackout rifle with the red dot optic on the side of the house in Moselle in March or April of 2021, who was doing most of the shooting of it?
Paul was.
Did Paul express to you any dissatisfaction with that tan one in the optic?
No, he did not.
Did y'all discuss any frustration, though, with it being unusable for turkey shooting because of the optic that was on it?
For hog hunting?
For hog hunting, sorry.
No, not really. We kind of knew that when we took it with us that it was kind of pointless, but we just took it with us anyway.
The red dot was pointless
Yes, sir.
for night shooting.
For night hunting, yes, sir.
Yeah, this guy is not a firearms expert. He is not qualifying as a firearms expert. He's just a couch crasher that's hanging out with Paul.
You said you were present when they purchased the red dot. Is that right? Were
Yes,
you
sir,
and
I
Paul
was.
purchased the red dot?
Yes, sir.
Who paid for the red dot?
It was put on a store credit that was his father's.
That was his father's.
Yes, sir.
Whenever Paul needed money, who would he get that from?
He would normally text his dad.
Daddy's money. Dick Poon is chilling right now.
When
James
talk
is
a little
looking
bit about
around.
Paul's
He's leaning.
habits, and you guys had an apartment in Columbia, right?
Yes, sir.
Did Paul like to go to Charleston a lot?
Well, James is probably sitting there thinking the same thing we are. What the hell has this got to do with anything?
He did.
Did he spend time in a lot of different places?
Yeah, he was all over.
He was all over.
Yes, sir.
happened to be back in Moselle on June 7th, 2021. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
That's on their side, by the way.
All right.
The audio
One,
dies out on their side.
One last
Not
thing.
on
Have
my
you
side.
had the opportunity to view a video at the kennels at Moselle?
Yes, sir, I have.
And were you able to recognize any voices on that video?
Yes, sir, I was.
Oh, okay. That's where they're going with this.
All right, Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to play
I think the wife's.
Exhibit
Go ahead,
297
go ahead.
for this witness.
Get back.
The same video. It's the same video we've already seen.
Quick, Cash.
Buster's leaning forward.
Hey, he got burned now.
Hey, my brother.
It's a kitty.
This is a chicken. Come on, Cash. Cash. Quick.
Whose voices did you recognize on that video?
Paul Murdaugh, Maggie Murdaugh, and Alex Murdaugh.
And how sure are you?
100%.
The person whose voice you recognize on there that you identified as Alec Murdaugh, do you see him in the courtroom here today?
Yes, sir.
Can you point him out for the jury?
He's sitting right there.
Your Honor, please let the record reflect he's identified the defendant.
This is really what they're hanging their hat on.
Yeah,
Levin, please answer any questions the defense
which
may have.
still doesn't prove anything in relation to the death.
This is really what they're hanging their hat on. Is this one video? I think this will be the final witness for today, by the way, guys. I think this cross is going to probably end it based on the timing and where we're at.
Good afternoon, Will.
How you doing?
Good. It's a hard day, isn't it?
A little bit.
You mentioned about a Snapchat video that
There we go.
that you received on sometime in the evening of June the 7th. Do you remember what time that was?
I don't. It was later in the afternoon, somewhere around like 7 o'clock-ish in that area.
And what was it of?
It was Alex and his son Paul. They were riding around looking at trees that they had built and, laughing, having a good time.
Everything. So he posted it on, I don't have Snapchat. Maybe most people here have Snapchat, but tell us a little bit about what that is.
Only thoughts of Snapchat. Sorry.
Snapchat's an app on a smartphone that you can send pictures and videos to your friends. You can save pictures and videos. But it's just an app that most young people use.
And it's a way to share videos.
Correct. Yes, sir.
My kids have it, but are the videos supposed to disappear after some period of time?
Yeah, they have a limit on them. You can either send it it'll play over and over and over again until somebody clicks off of it, or you can go up to like from 1 to 10 seconds. But you can also save a Snapchat if you want to look at later.
And is it like Facebook? You have friends that want to, be in your circle of Snapchat? Is that how
Yes,
that
sir.
works? And did Paul have a lot of Snapchat? They call friends on Snapchat?
Yes, sir, he did.
And would he frequently post things on Snapchat?
Yes, sir.
And would he frequently post things, events like he did on the evening of June the 7th when he and his father were out, messing around with a tree?
Yes, sir, he would.
And we post stuff with his family events.
Yes, sir, he would.
Okay. And the Snapchat that when he would post it, would it go to everybody who's in his, I guess, group?
Yeah, you have to send it to certain people. He wouldn't necessarily put stuff. They have what's called a story that everybody that you're friends with can see. He wouldn't necessarily always put stuff on his story, but he would send stuff to whoever he wanted to.
I think we're going to learn more about Snapchat, but let me ask you, when Paul would post on Snapchat, could people see where he was posting from? Did he have his location services activated?
I don't think he kept his location on. Sometimes they have filters and stuff that show you different areas where you are. But I don't think he kept his Snapchat location on.
Well, when he posted the video of he and his dad at Moselle, could you tell that he was at Moselle?
Yes, I could tell he was at Moselle just from being there, but maybe somebody who doesn't know the property wouldn't know.
All right. You were asked questions about the last time. Well, you were with Paul, and getting ahead of myself. I'm sorry. So you and Paul were good friends, and Paul was friends with your friend group out of Columbia. Is that right?
Yes, sir. That's right.
And then y'all would sort of migrate to Charleston, and some of the Columbia folks went to Charleston, and y'all would visit down there.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And I guess originally you all met at Edisto with family homes and vacationing, and right?
Yeah, that's where everybody met until everybody went to college, and then everybody just kind of meets up.
And sometimes Paul would come to Columbia and stay with you.
Correct.
And you had another friend, Wills Chapman, that he would stay with Wills.
Correct.
Okay. And Paul left the 300 blackout at your house for some period of time, didn't he?
Yes, sir, he did.
How long did Paul leave a 300 blackout at your home?
Probably a month or so at least.
Okay. And I think when Wills Chapman moved to Charleston, what did he find in his closet?
He found Paul's deer hunting rifle.
That Paul had left there?
Yes, sir.
And Paul had thought he had lost his deer hunting rifle.
Correct.
And lo and behold, it was at Wills Chapman's house, right?
Yes, sir.
Was that unusual for Paul to leave stuff everywhere?
No, not at all.
And so he was, would he leave guns around the farm?
Yeah, he would every now and again.
We'd leave them, say, in the golf cart.
Yes, sir.
And we leave them in unlocked trucks.
Yes, sir.
And you were asked about the kennels, but what about in the workshop, the shed? We leave guns down there.
That's where I was, referring to. You'd see them down there sometimes, but I don't think there was ever guns permanently down there. No, sir.
Okay. And when he left the 300 blackout in Columbia, was it the one that Mr. Waters showed you, this black one with thermal scope?
Yes, sir, it was.
And you learned at some point in time that he got a replacement for one he had previously lost?
Yes, I did. I didn't even know that it was a replacement. Like I said, I didn't know about the original one. I just remember seeing the brown one.
And that brown one did not have a scope, right?
No, sir, it didn't until we bought one.
And you went with Paul to Ace Hardware store and purchased a scope and a mount for it, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, the day that you purchased the scope and the mount, was it the weekend that you were talking about where the last time you used it?
I'm not sure if it was that weekend or maybe the next weekend, but they were both pretty close together.
Okay, but you were there when he purchased the scope and the mount.
Correct.
And you went, did you go back to Moselle and put it on the gun?
Yes, sir, we did.
And did you use the gun that weekend, or or waited till the following weekend?
I'm not 100% sure if we used it that weekend or if it was the following weekend. I know we cited it in that day that we bought the scope for it.
So that was the day when you were shooting off the railing beside the gun room?
Correct.
The day you bought the scope?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and and it's possible you hunted with it that weekend, but if not, it was the following weekend?
Yes, sir.
And had you ever seen that gun again after that weekend or the following weekend, whichever it was?
No, sir, I haven't.
Okay. And would you be able to more accurately provide, know when it was? I think you said late March, early April. If you saw the receipt from the purchase?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to show you what was marked as Defendant's Exhibit 62. And ask you, first, do you recognize Paul's signature on that document?
Yes, sir, I do.
You know that to be his signature?
Yes, sir.
And does that reference the purchase of red dot scope and the mount?
Yes, it does.
And that's from Ace Hardware?
Yes, sir.
And were you there with Paul when he bought it?
I was.
Your Honor, we would introduce Exhibit 62 in evidence at this time.
A different one than the one you just handed him that you said.
It's the same one.
It's already in evidence. It's just marked for identification, or is it in evidence already?
I'm moving in that evidence right now. Thank you. Will you tell the jury what the date of that is?
It is March the 6th.
Okay.
2021.
And Your Honor, I have a calendar here that says March 6, 2021 is a Saturday, and I would just like the court to take judicial notice that March 6, 2021 is a Saturday. No objection. Thank you. So knowing that it was purchased on March 6, 2021, a Saturday, does that help you reflect, remember when you last used the gun?
Yeah. So that was a Saturday. So we would have cited it in that Saturday. And I do remember using the gun. It was the first week of turkey season because we were going turkey hunting the next morning, which would have been either March 20th or March 22nd. I can't remember what it was 2 years ago with the opening day of the season. So it would have been 3 weeks after we cited it in.
Okay. So you cited it on March 6th?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll take that back. When was the last time you saw Paul in person?
It would have been the weekend previous, or 2 weekends previous to when everything happened. It was Memorial Weekend.
So you saw him Memorial Day weekend?
Yes, sir.
And where did you see him?
We all stayed at the Edisto Beach House.
And when you say we all, who are you referring to?
Me, myself, and 3 or 4 other buddies, along with Alex, Maggie, and I believe that was it.
And did you spend a lot of time with Paul around his dad and mom?
Yes, sir, I did.
And how would you describe Paul's relationship with his father?
It was an awesome relationship.
And what do you mean by
awesome relationship?
It just kind of seemed like Paul was the apple of his eye.
Look at that,
And,
apple of his eye. Would
from your
you
observation, tell the jury
cold-blooded kill your
you
own
observed
son?
of Alex relationship with
No bias. I've been awake. Unfortunately, it's the middle of the workday here, so I'm just trying to get things done in the background
as well. From everything
No,
that I
I
could see.
appreciate you
And
hanging.
they were always laughing, and everybody got along. Nothing was out of the ordinary at all.
Did Maggie and Alec open their home up to Paul and Buster's friends?
Yes, they did.
How many people stayed at the Edisto Beach House that Memorial Day weekend?
I'm not 100% positive, but at least 3 or 4 friends.
And where'd y'all stay?
All in the bedrooms. I think somebody might have been on the couch on the porch outside. Maybe the couch inside as well.
Okay. And was Buster there?
I believe Buster was there, but I'm not 100% sure.
And did he have any of his friends there?
Yet again, I'm not sure.
Okay. You mentioned that when you got a phone call from Paul's cousin, I believe, after midnight on June 7th, so early morning, June the 8th, you learned what happened, and your immediate reaction was to hightail it out of there?
Yes, sir.
And were you fearful for your safety?
At first I wasn't, and then I was calling back other friends, and people started telling me to get out of there. So then I started second guessing myself, and then I got out of there.
And when you left, I mean, did you even lock it up when you left?
I honestly couldn't tell you.
Okay. I'm going to show you.
Most likely
what I
not.
marked as exhibit
Most likely
61, and it's a disc. And before you
Maybe he was
testify
waiting
today,
for the Mexicans to look it up.
view that very short video clip on the disc.
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you?
Yes, I went there.
On the disc.
Yes, sir, they are my initials.
And is it a short video of the Memorial Day weekend when you were down at Edisto with Paul and your friends and Maggie and Alec?
Yes, sir, it is.
And is it sort of a birthday celebration for Alec?
It was a birthday celebration for Alec.
Your Honor, I would like to introduce exhibit 61 in evidence and play the video.
Admit without objection.
Can you just play it without the sound? Yeah, I sure can. I'm just gonna play it without the sound, but.
Well, you can't. It's going to be boring for the rest of us.
Yeah.
Are people singing happy birthday to Alec?
Yes, sir, they are.
Okay, so we're gonna play a happy birthday video. What? Yes, and then there's a gunshot.
Security value of this.
Is there a gunshot in this?
Thank y'all so much. Thank you, baby.
What was the point of that aside from torturing the man?
Yeah. Look at Alex.
On the Wednesday after Paul and Maggie were murdered, you went to Moselle, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
With some friends of yours?
Oh, he's crying.
Yes, sir.
I mean, the friends of Paul's?
Yes, sir.
How many?
I think 3 of us went.
And how many other people were there, friends of Paul's?
There was a lot of friends of Paul's there.
More than 10?
On Wednesday, I don't know. I don't think so. I think a lot of people were kind of trying to feel out the situation. So just like the closer friends went, but there was probably 10 or so of his friends there when I was there.
And what was Alex Murdaugh's demeanor on the Wednesday?
He was grieving, crying a lot. I think we all were.
I think you described it that he just couldn't talk. You remember that happening?
Yeah, it was pretty hard to talk when, he came and grabbed me and two other guys, and we just kind of had a big hug, and it was pretty tough for him to make words.
Was he crying?
Yes, sir.
Were you crying?
Yes, sir.
Everybody there crying?
Yes, sir.
All right.
All right, that's probably going to wrap it.
Before you do that, go back to your video if you would, please.
Okay, they're doing a redirect.
Can y'all turn that screen around for me, please? Still at the very end, please.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Oh, they screwed up the technology on that one.
Who's that guy in the green shirt? Do you know?
It's Chris Wilson.
Do you know Chris Wilson's relationship to Alec Wilson or Alec Murdaugh?
Yeah, I think they're best friends.
Best friends.
They trying to backdoor something?
Best friends should do each other right. Isn't that correct?
Are they trying to backdoor financial crimes in?
You were asked about when you found out about the murders and you talked to some people and then you kind of hightailed it out of your place, right?
Yes, sir.
Because you were scared or at least thinking about the possibility of some sort of harm. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Because it was a shock for everyone, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
It stopped everything in its tracks, didn't it?
Yes, sir.
And everybody was worried about this family and what was going on and what had happened. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Anything else people were worried about went out the window. They were all focused on Alec at that moment, were they not? In themselves. Is that correct?
I think they were focused on everybody that had anything to do with it.
Anything that had anything to do with this family. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Shown the Snapchat video. You were also asked about another Snapchat video that you saw the day of the murders.
Yes, sir.
And what was on that video?
It was a video of Alex and his son riding around looking at trees that had fallen over on the tractor or on the golf cart.
Was it a short clip?
Yes, sir, it was.
Well, they're going to play the Snapchat now.
I have States Exhibit 306.
Snapchat
video, I believe, in without objection.
We can kind of see it on the screen here. It's supposed to be them riding around looking at trees.
Flip back over. I'm going to play that tree video. About what time do you recall receiving this video, to the best of your recollection?
It was later in the afternoon. I believe it was after I cooked dinner, probably around 7 o'clock, sometime in there. Yes, it is.
That was on the afternoon or the evening of June 7th, 2021?
That's correct.
Clothes that he was wearing, at least in that video you saw on the evening of June 7th, 2021?
Yeah, those are the clothes I saw in the video.
They're gonna pinch and zoom.
Long pants and a shirt?
Yep. Yes, sir.
And those particular shoes?
Yes, sir.
And you watched that video in real time when it came in from Paul's phone that evening, is that correct?
That is correct.
You were asked about the relationship that you observed between Alec and Paul and Alec and Maggie, is that correct?
That is correct.
To your eye, it was a very good relationship, is that correct?
Yes, sir. It was a good relationship in my point of view.
Did you know anything about Alec's finances?
No, I did not.
Did you know
Ready to
anything
object,
about
you
his
can
law
see, but he's
practice?
not doing it yet.
No, I did not.
Did you know anything about where he gets his money?
No, I did not.
Did you know anything about where he was spending his money?
No, I did not.
Did you know anything about what his bank account balances were?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you know anything about the debt that he was carrying? Do you know anything about that?
No, sir.
Did you know the specific things that were going on in the boat case the week that Paul and Maggie were murdered?
No, sir.
Do you know anything about civil discovery and how it can expose financial information?
No, sir.
Do you know
He's
anything
pushing, he's
at all
pushing.
about him being confronted on June 7th, 2021 about
He's up.
Yeah, he should have done it sooner.
Did you know anything about him being confronted on the morning of June 7th, 2021 about $792,000 of missing fees from his law firm?
Objection.
Totally
Yeah.
improper.
Objections overruled.
What?
No, I did not.
You know, any of the facts of those
That
things
is a
that I just
that
asked
was a
you
bad call right there.
No, sir.
Yeah. The financial stuff's already been excluded. That was just a way of getting the information in front of the jury.
Yeah, they were sneaking that one in. That was some shitty
Anything
prosecution
further?
tactics.
Step down.
Focusing on the judge cam.
Even the judge was like, shit, did I make the wrong decision there?
Ladies and gentlemen, that's it for today. We'll see you at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Please do not discuss the case.
There you go. All right. I knew that was going to be the last one. Wow, though, we actually woke up today. We actually got some actual stuff to dig into. Finally,
Yeah.
we're getting to evidence that, it's not great direct evidence. It's not, the quote unquote smoking gun, but we've actually had witnesses that knew them in real life, not weird, creepy fucking Fed boys or weird, creepy LEOs or whatever the fuck else they've been parading out. I'm sick and tired of law enforcement officers. I don't want to see a single one on this case anymore. Unfortunately, we probably will. But what do you think about the? And I'm going to put the poll back up because we've now got two witnesses that have confirmed Alex's voice in that video. It's another guilty, not guilty after today's witnesses. I'm just going to throw that up. And by the way, guys, the last poll was a 55% not guilty, 45% guilty split. So I want to see the call here. What do you think? I mean, do you think this tips the scales? Do you think this shifts the jury towards guilt?
Look, it may shift the jury. At the moment, it hasn't shifted me because what the main evidence that's come out of that is they've had two people on the stand that have said, yes, I recognize that voice in that video. They were two family friends. if the defense does the exact same thing, what's the probative value of it? You can have two people hop up there and say, you can parade as many family members as you'd like. Obviously, that's not going to be quite as much. If you had, friends that knew Alec for, even longer, then you can put them on the stand and say, no, that doesn't sound like him. In my opinion, I've known this man for 40 odd years. That's not his voice. And then it's their word against his as to I don't feel like the evidence adds much. Like it can easily be rebutted, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, sure. They could come up and bring up somebody. They could say, "Yep, that's not him." And you saw Buster leaning forward, and it might be a situation where Buster's going to get on the stand because he's a defense witness and say, "Yeah, it's not my dad's voice."
Yeah,
and then you've got a conflict, right? And on top of that, both of them said very clearly that despite thinking that's his voice, they don't think he did it. And that was a ballsy ass move for the defense to ask them, "Hey, do you think he did it?" And both of them, despite that, don't think that narrative checks out. I think that, to me, the
to me says that they may even be there as witnesses that are unwilling to be there. I mean, they certainly don't get classed as hostile because they were answering questions for the prosecution. But if they legitimately don't think that he did it, then they're not going to be there specifically to stab him in the back or try and provide the smoking gun. Like I know there was a whole bunch of people going on about the friends body language with the crossed arms and that sort of thing. Guys, it's an uncomfortable situation being a witness on the stand. So even if you legitimately think that they were just there to tell the truth, by them saying they don't think that he did it, that's a big deal. In terms of the evidence that they provided.
The crossed arms could go either way, right? It could go either way. It could be just he was uncomfortable, right? And he was shifting in the seat. It could be because he was, being asked a question and it kind of was an uncomfortable situation for him. It could be all.
The other thing is
a defense attorney. It could be anything, right?
Well, that and it may well be that if they were put there as a state witness as well, they wouldn't have been prepped for the questions that the defense are necessarily going to ask. So they might be uncomfortable because they don't know what's coming at them.
Right.
So it could be any number of things.
Yeah, the prosecution is not gonna. Hopefully they're not dumb enough to try to prep the witnesses. That's something that or coach the witnesses. Which is impermissible, right? That is an impermissible thing. There were instances we saw, for example, in the Rittenhouse case, where the prosecution almost got in deep shit because they were kind of trying to tell PhotoChad what to say, and PhotoChad almost exposed them live in court. And almost got them in deep shit ethically because they were trying to get him to say something he didn't want to say and to admit to something that he didn't want to admit to. So let's see. So Don says, if the defense provides someone else as the speaker, the prosecution is dead. What if it's a farmhand or a Mexican or the kennel master? Like I said, the kennel master going for a round with Maggie.
It could be literally anyone that doesn't have an interest in him being released, basically. Anyone that's known him for long enough. Hell, you could get, I wouldn't necessarily pull in Molly's family, but anyone that has a reason to hate him and get them on the stand and say, no, I don't think that's his voice. That would be dynamite for the prosecution's case.
I want to bring one thing up because it was brought up on Locals to me, and some people said I should clarify. Think of it as, I don't know whether it's just 2 trials or more than 2 trials, but there's at least a breakout between these criminal charges. The murders are separate from the financial crimes, okay?
Yes.
We will not see the financial crimes at this trial. That is why we were commenting when he tried to bring up the finances. He's trying to bring up the financial crimes. He brought up the legal fees that he owed back to his firm. That was a shady, sleazy prosecution tactic. You are not supposed to mention other alleged crimes. A lot of those are not proven yet. So those alleged crimes, you're not supposed to bring those up because that's a type of propensity evidence that they're trying to sneak in.
It's not even that. I think, wasn't there a hearing on it to specifically make sure that the prosecution couldn't bring that specifically up?
And they snuck it in there anyways because he got shot down on the objection. He tried to ask why about the finances. He got shot down on the objection. That objection was sustained. But oddly, at the end, when they objected to it, the judge overruled it, which, I mean, that one, I don't know. I had more of a problem with that. With that ruling, that last ruling, because it was clearly a sleazy Binger type tactic For those that remember Binger from the Rittenhouse case, it was a Binger type tactic to sneak in evidence. I think it's very shitty. It's dirty prosecutorial method. And I don't like it. I really don't care for it. I think there's honest ways to bring in that information to the extent it's actually relevant. So just so you guys know, financial crimes are totally separate. He could be innocent on this and guilty of all of the financial crimes. Let's just not get him out of any of those crimes.
Well, let's clarify words there. He could be found not guilty and still be found guilty on those other charges.
I'm sorry. I'm tired. Did I say that another? Did I say it the wrong way? He could still be found not guilty here.
Yeah, I don't need chat revolting if we say that he's innocent.
No. Oh, sorry. Yes. So he could be found guilty or not guilty, i.e., innocent in the eyes of the law, right? Not in the eyes of the morality or whatever else here, culpability, right? Whether he ultimately hired a hitman. He's charged with very specific crimes. He's charged with pulling the trigger. He could be found not guilty of pulling the trigger and still be culpable at some point. Yeah, and I agree with you. Not guilty is not innocent. I agree with you guys. Listen, mi scusi. But that's a breakdown there. So in terms of the witnesses, which one did you think was the most impactful? Which one did you tune in on or hone in on the most? Hidden.
Paul's friend, I think, was probably the witness of the day.
Well, Rogan or McLovin?
Rogan.
Okay, Rogan. Sorry about that. I pulled this thing up here. Rogan or McLovin? Okay, so Rogan. Yeah, I think Rogan was the one that had the most feeling. He had the most sentiment.
McLovin kept going on about sighting in the gun and all that sort of stuff. And look, I get it. You've got to talk about the 300 blackout. To me, I don't feel like that added anything. It wasn't really till he got right towards the end when he was saying, yes, I think that it was Mr. Alex that had the voice on the video, that I feel that he provided anything at all, really, in terms of evidence. It was all background filler, and there was a bit of emotional stuff in there. And what the hell was with that birthday party video? There was no need for that. There was no probative value to that whatsoever.
The only thing I can think of is to get the clip of him crying, is to make Alex cry, and everybody, the jury, everybody will see that he was crying. Remember, that was a defense tactic. So that almost seems like, by the way, I'll call balls and strikes here, guys. Don't think I'm here simping for the defense. That was a little bit of a sleazy defense tactic. Like, let's play something sentimental to get him cry. They didn't go on that his voice sounded different in the birthday video. Because if I line up that birthday video with the dog kennel video, it does sound different. Now, I don't know Alex Murdaugh, and I'm no voice expert, but
I feel like it would have been difficult to isolate his. Like, I couldn't tell which one was him in that birthday video, to be perfectly honest. I mean, generally, you don't sing happy birthday to yourself, as far as I'm aware.
I mean, sometimes. But
look, sometimes people do, but in that one, I couldn't specifically work out which one was him, and so that I could compare it in my mind to the other video. So
right,
but that was not good.
No, it was not. It was not great. But I do think though that it's the best the prosecution has had so far. I mean, like, hands down.
Agreed.
Period. The prosecution has had jack shit until now. And I think they're really going to try to hang their hat on this. They're really going to try to take that as a positive idea at the scene of the crime and run with it. I just hope they have more than that. I really, truly hope they did not bring a case based on that. And
well, I mean, even if they prove that he was there, okay, fine. It means he lied. They still haven't proved beyond a reasonable doubt that he pulled the trigger, that he was the one that killed them.
He's not charged with lying to law enforcement. I mean, if that was the crime, then I'm like, okay, he's probably guilty of that. Just like Casey Anthony was guilty of lying to law enforcement. Okay, yeah, sure. Bring that charge. He's guilty of that. That's fine. That doesn't mean he's guilty of murder. It's like,
no, it may mean that he's guilty of hiding something, but that's not the same as, like, you got to remember, guys, they have to prove beyond reasonable doubt that. And admittedly, that's not beyond a shadow of a doubt. It's beyond reasonable doubt.
Reasonable doubt, yeah.
At the moment, there's still reasonable doubt that he's the one that pulled the trigger.
Yeah. Yeah.
So and that's even if it is him on the video. And yes, even if he has lied, there's still reasonable doubt that he's the one that pulled the trigger.
Yep. Absolutely. 100%. I'm not convinced yet. But that being said, you guys here, not guilty as at 65, guilty as at 35%. So I'll just say over the other day, we were at more like 20% guilty and 80% not guilty. So it has increased a little bit. The state has moved the yardstick for you guys voting. However, I don't think they've moved it there yet, and I think you guys concur with that. But you guys are willing to make up your own decision. And by the way, let me say something too. The jury could have their own theories about this. This is like we talked about with James. It's a small town. People talk. People have their theories. People know about this. People are deeply and personally affected by this. They talk to people, so they can have their own motives and motivations. They could also, like we talked about, just want to fuck over the blue bloods, just want to fuck over the rich guys. You know, the Murdaughs are the upper class, and there's always a struggle between the uppers and the lowers, particularly when they have a chance to kind of stick it to them, stick it to the blue bloods. This could be the shot. So it's always possible the jury could rule for a conviction, even if we say, well, on the law and the evidence, we think this is not guilty. They could say, no, we don't like this guy. He's guilty. Send him up the river. So that's what I've got. Let's see. Was there anything else here that I wanted to bring up? The phone guy didn't really have anything on him. He was boring as fuck. Gunshot residue, that was pretty much irrelevant. I did like everybody's nicknames: Handsome, Rooster, Bus, Big Red. That was White Boy. The BBT, the BBT is in the big black truck. That's why they couldn't say that one. Let's see. And other than that, I still didn't really see a motive, and the motive was negated in both of them. You know, the motive was negated in both of them. I still do not see a motive. It's still something I want to see in this case. So that's what we got for today. Hayden, I know you've been hanging out with me, and I want to make sure that you guys make sure you go over and you follow Hayden, Aussie Overlord on the YouTubes. I think you've been making a little bit of traction, but I want to make sure we get you to that 9K before this trial is over. I'm hoping we can get you there. But go subscribe to Aussie Overlord. He's at 8.53K, guys. Just go over, smash the like button. Replay gang. I know this is going to get thousands of replays. So if some of you 1,000, just 400 of you, go over there and smash the like button. He will be at 9K creating great content for all you guys. Do you have anything coming up you want to promote, Hayden?
Specifically, as soon as we're done here, provided he's ready for me, I'm heading over to Valhalla Awaits to do an interview with him. After that, there he is.
looks like he's awake, so it looks like he's good. Yeah.
Well, apparently he's just had another baby goat drop, so I don't know whether or not he's going to have time for me or not. But we'll certainly be looking at that. So tonight, my time, I'm going to try and do a regular show because let's face it, these trial streams go right through my usual schedule. So I'm going to try and put some regular content out there because it's been a couple of days, guys, and I know that my regulars are getting a little bit antsy. Yeah, beyond that, there's actually I've still got to chase up about the Australian Amber Heard stuff. I still haven't heard back, which is really annoying. But yeah, just more news and guys, daily at 4:15.
Which Australian Amber Heard news, really quick? Is that about the appeals where she lied? Is that still
pretty
going
much?
on?
Because I'm not letting it go. Even if I have to do a public prosecution on it myself, I'm not letting that go.
Yeah, no. Good. Definitely chase that down because that is a great grift. I'll tell you that. That is a great grift.
See,
we all miss the Amber Heard grift.
I put in a FOIA with the Commonwealth Department of Public Prosecutions back in almost July. And because the appeal was going on in Virginia, she was using that basically as an excuse to keep delaying responding to my application and to the Commonwealth Department of Public Prosecutions because she's an interested party, or at least look, they haven't specified that it was her, but no one else had a reason not to block it.
Right.
Basically, given that the last email that I had from them was, we understand that the reasons for the delay are no longer viable, which just happened to be a couple of days after everything was settled. I was like, okay, so it was either her or Johnny. Either way, it doesn't matter. And basically, they gave her till about a week ago to finish the submissions. So I can only presume that they're hopefully getting the documents ready for me. Otherwise, I'm going to have to chase them up and find out what the hell's going on. But I want to know exactly where the case is at. There's a bunch of senators here that were not happy to let it go. I'm not happy to let it go because I don't like people using clout and fame or whatever to basically get out of legal proceedings, which is effectively what she did.
Yeah,
she bald-faced lied to the court. And there is proof of that because it came out in the testimonies in the UK case and the Virginia case that she specifically lied here in Australia.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry, but it should not be something that just gets swept under the rug.
Agreed. 100% agreed.
If all that happens is that she's tried in absentia. She gets 1 day more than 12 months. She doesn't get a 404 visa. She doesn't come back to Australia again. She's your problem.
Well, I mean, not my problem specifically. I mean, I'm not dealing.
Oh,
with
not
it.
your problem, but you
It's
know what I mean.
California more specifically, but yes. But yeah, no, I get what you're saying, and honestly, that would be a huge win. I mean, look, if you're gonna kick out Djokovic, who's you might as well get Amber too, right?
No, let's go, Kogo. Like I said, I'm not leaving it to the government. If they're not going to do it, we still have we have private prosecution here. I can lodge my own action against it, provided I've got the information from the government, which I need.
That will be fantastic. You personally lodged a private.
Look, that'll be the grift of the century for me.
That would be the grift of the century. We will all be hyping that. It's like Amber Heard's Australian trial. Like, here we go. Let's do it. It'll probably turn into a class action. There'll probably be so many people just joining in on your lawsuit. It'll be great. But guys, go over here, follow OZ Overlord. Make sure that you guys are subscribed. And my locals, sorry, I was going to do one yesterday, but I'm going to do a locals literally in 10 minutes here. So if you head over to my locals, I'll be doing one there covering the topics that I haven't covered here. We won't be really touching on this trial, but all the other things that are going on right now. But until then, I will catch you later, guys. Peace.